Good morning. It is Josh with TheCardGuyz. Alongside me today, I have Nathan Crawford and my brother Michael Lau. Say hi, guys.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
And today we are very excited because we get... This is our chance for revenge, Nathan.
This is it.
So those of you who have been watching Fab for a while know that this is our second show match with the Hong Kong guys. Last time it didn't end so well for us, but we're going to give it our all today. So yeah, we have some amazing matches lined up for you guys today. This time we're going to be playing 5 classic constructed matches, and so why don't we just switch over to the scoreboard, Michael?
All right.
Yeah. So as you can see, the very first match for today is going to be Sebastian versus Kaiser. Both very, very likable guys. I like these guys both, but there will only be one winner here. We have Seb playing Icelander against Kaiser playing Dorinthea. Icelander, of course, the new hero. Well, I guess Classic Constructed is new hero from Uprising. Dorinthea, a rising star in the... she got some new cards, and the metagame is now slightly more favorable for her. So that should be a very, very nice match. Our second game is going to be Nathan, our very own Nathan Crawford against Wen. That is going to be another Icelander match, but this time she's going to be going up against Briar. That should be very good. So our first 2 matchups are going to be Icelander versus a mid-range deck, Icelander versus a fairly aggressive deck. In game 3, we're going to be looking at the adult classic battles, which is going to be myself as Dorinthea against Jack Tang playing Reinhardt. This is a classic battle in 2 senses of the word. This is going to be just like the pre-con decks, but it's also a classic battle in that I've played Jack Tang at least 35 times in official matches. So that's as classic as it gets. Game 4, we have Nam, who's going to be heavily drugged up from his doctor's visit. He's gonna feel nothing. He's gonna be completely numb, just like old him feels nothing. It's gonna be playing up against playing Phi. Now this should be a very, very interesting match as well. And finally, to cap off the day, we got Alex playing Dromai against Xing playing Viserai. The word on the street is that Viserai is dead, but Xing is one of the... He played Viserai before he was cool. He will play Viserai after he is cool. So I'm looking forward to that as well. Last time, Xing gave me a pretty bad beating with Viserai against Kasai. I remember that. But all right, so yeah, so let's look at the game 1, head-to-head graphic now.
Sure.
And we'll let Nathan talk through this one. Do you have the graphic with you?
I do believe I do. Let's see. Yeah. Hang on one second. Okay, so we got Sebastian versus Kaiser. And like Josh previously stated, Seb is going to be playing on Icelander, and then Kaiser's going to be on Dorinthea. Right now, Sebastian, some of the notable things that he's done, obviously he was a finalist in the Las Vegas Calling, the one that Tyler Horspool won. He's taken down 2 RTNs. He's taken down 4 skirmishes, and then Kaiser also has 2 RTN top 8s. He's won a skirmish. He runs an LGS called the Battle Phase, which is awesome. And he has 3 cute cats, in case you guys didn't know. And he owns Joser, or Josh's 1000 XP Dawnblade. So we'll let you get into that story.
Yeah, so I was the first player in Hong Kong to reach 1,000. And so because I played Dory most of the way to 1,000 XP. And so I gave my sword to my 1,000 XP opponent. and then Kaiser bought the 1000 XP Dawnblade from that guy, so he now owns my legendary Dawnblade. So he also really enjoys playing Dorinthea. So, and he is one of the strongest Dorinthea players I played in Hong Kong. So this should be very good. It should be a very good match. I'm really looking forward to seeing what both of these guys bring. But I think we're just good to go, right? I mean, we could talk about the match overview and all that, but let's just jump into the game.
Let's do it.
Let's get this going. We have this chess piece here. I've told the players when I move the chess piece, they are good to start. So I will move the chess piece and hop back to the observer role. Here we go. In the red trunks, on the left side, it's Sebastian playing Icelander Stormbind. And in the blue trunks, Kaiser playing Dorinthea Ironsong. Here we go. Alright, we got AB3 with Tunic. I like it. I like it a lot.
Alright.
And over on Seb's side, we see the new Coronet Peak ice equipment. This one's quite nice. It restricts the hand. We have Tunic, Metacarpus Node, and of course Stormstriders, alongside the new Waning Moon card for Icelander.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so things to note off the start. Dorinthea has opted for AB3 Tunic instead of AB3 Bolters. I think that is probably a smart choice because in general you needed Tunic to make tempo plays, even more so now because you're going to be taxed consistently. In addition, we see that Dorinthea has opted for the original Dawnblade instead of Dawnblade Resplendent. I think that is a good choice here because you want to front load your damage against Icelander as much as possible. We see a Naked Swing for 3, and we see a block for 7. Possible to get over this, but it is more likely that Kaiser is just going to arsenal a card here because it might take his whole hand to get over this. We will see.
I mean, if Kaiser couldn't get over 7, then would you have recommended him to swing at all? I mean, because 7's not that much of an overblock. It doesn't even cover up overpower, and with 3 cards left in hand and 1 floating, I mean, anything's possible.
I think it's fine to swing. A little bit of card filtering there. We see the new card run through there. I guess he just didn't want it in his hand. That means he was probably lacking a blue. He just wanted to filter an extra card there.
Right.
Let me also drag Alan into our chat. I know that Alan wanted to commentate a little bit. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Where is Alan? Yeah, you keep going. I will...
Yeah. So, one thing that, with the new headpiece, a lot of people might not be familiar with, it's a 3-pitch action that does not have go again, and it's basically a on-the-fly winner's bite that doesn't have go again, and it blocks for 2, which is amazing. But basically, when we get further down into the game where Icelander's kind of blocking with 2 cards or playing 2 cards for disruption on their turn, and all you have is 1 card, your blue ice preferably, that you want to arsenal, and then 1 other card, it's very easy, just pitch, get a card out of their hand unless they have Tunic counter, and go from there. Mm-hmm. So,
I'd like to welcome Alan Lau to the broadcast. Hello, Alan.
Hi, I'm Alan, the captain of Team Blue Pitch. It is good to see you guys again, and I can't wait for the Showmatch.
That's right.
It's already going. We are currently into the game. You can actually join the TTS lobby and then help us commentate the match. So for those of you who don't know, Alan is part of Blue Pitch. He is the captain as well. And he is the... featured Mike. He's also the... he's He's also a very, very excellent player, and he decided to sit this one out, let his 5 teammates take us on. He's like, I don't even need to lift a finger this time, right? Anyways, let's get back to the match. There's a very, very important card there. We just saw Frost Hex. This is a very, very important card because this is actually how Icelander intends to kill Dory with 1,000 Frostbites. Her path to victory basically consists of putting a few Frost Hexes down and using cards like Sigil of Permafrost, which is a very strong card in general, but also it's a D-react, so it's also very, very nice against Dorinthea. And cards such as Ice Eternal to finish the game. We also might see things like Insidious Chill to slow down Dorinthea. But so far we've seen the Dorinthea player playing this correctly from a strategic point, really just not giving the Icelander a chance to, like, you see that Dorinthea has been swinging immediately, which is generally what you want to do here.
Yeah, so Kaiser just sent his dead list to mine, and the new card from Classic Battle run through, and the new Steel Blade has strengthened Dorinthea a lot, and I'm glad to see it back into people's signs because I think it's good in this meta again.
Yep. I think Dorinthea is in a very nice spot now that people have less defense reactions in general. Although Icelander actually is one of the decks that probably runs more defense reactions than normal because of just how powerful Sigil of Permafrost is. So here we see step 1 to Icelander winning is the very first Frost Hex placed onto Dorinthea. This is a very, very powerful card, and as you can see, costs 3, pitches for 3. It's a specialization, and it just says Frostbites you control have at the beginning of the end phase. This deals 1 arcane damage to you. So the Dorinthea deck is already very taxed in terms of their resources, and if she cannot clear the Frostbite tokens, she will take arcane damage equal to the amount of Frostbites at the end of her turn. And this, as just 1 Frost Hex is pretty bad, but we'll really see the power if Seb can get out 2 of them. Alright, so we see here, and in order to push some damage and get rid of the Frostbite, playing run through, and then he's going to attack again for 5 here. So now he has no cards in hand, so this is an easy block here for 6. So in general, the Dorinthea's path to victory here is going to rely on timing with the Tunic. That's really the the Tunic will basically allow Dorinthea to make a play once every 3 turns, and Icelander just kind of wants to slow the game down here. Okay. Speaking of that card, Alan, there it is. Glistening Steel Blade, one of the strongest additions to Dorinthea, giving the weapon unconditional go again, and whenever it hits +1. Now, this does give Icelander and Seb a chance to respond. So he will likely respond here. And as you can see, the energy just... So if Seb responded with the ice card from Arsenal, the energy here would be completely restrained. He would have 0 resources right now, which makes everything very, very tricky, because you're going to need at least... You basically, in order to do anything against Icelander, you need to draw a hand with 2 blues, which only happens about 35% of the time. So... Yeah, as a Dory player, you know this too, Nathan, right? And Michael,
right, absolutely.
that rarely do you oftentimes you just have one blue, right? So,
Mhm.
yep. Okay, we see the new card. Is that all you got? I do not know why he's running this card.
I guess just because it's a D-React to come in for 3, I guess would be...
I mean, it's a yellow D. I don't. I mean, this card doesn't make sense against Dorinthea. Maybe he's just trying to show new cards. I don't know, but this really makes no sense against Dorinthea because she's going to get
Right, everything's too rare.
in order to get the max value from it.
Right.
You want to play it against something small, and it's never going to be small against unless literally it was the other Dawnblade and she had no pumps, but that doesn't make sense. I don't know why he's playing that.
So you think
he probably just forgot to take it out of his deck, to be honest.
So you don't have to activate the reprise on the route correctly, right?
You may, yeah. You have the option to.
So would it not have been better to leave the card on the combat chain so that way when he swings the second time it's guaranteed to hit?
I in general I think it's better to just route the card, because you're going to get like Kaiser's on a clock now.
Right.
He has 2 frost hexes on him. This could get very rough very, very quickly. So we still haven't seen the frost hexes actually deal any damage. Another one. What is going on? I mean, this is basically
he has had some awkward hands for sure.
This is we'll have to ask him about that. I'm pretty sure he just forgot to take it out. So that also another reason to route the card is that this ensures that this hits, which grants a counter to the Dawnblade because of Glistening Steelblade. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think playing the second "That's All You Got" here is a good decision because Kaiser has no card in hand and he can't deal with the 5 Dawnblade right now. Especially we let him trigger the Steelblade and the Dawnblade, then it will grow very quickly. So maybe the second "That's All You Got" wasn't a best card here, and I would save it for the second attack to be good.
Right.
Because anyway, you get to get through from the first attack, then I will save it for the...
So there's a big decision here. If he has a 3 block in hand, he can use his 3 block plus the to block the, which I think he's going to have to do here. It's just too much to give another counter. It would actually give 2 counters here.
2 counters, yeah, that's definitely worth it.
Yeah, so now Seba is actually kind of shields down here. He has no arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
And Kaiser does have a Dawnblade counter, so yeah. So this could get pretty rough depending on what Kaiser draws here. Especially if Seb doesn't draw a D-React here, he could lose tempo in the game pretty easily here.
Oh, he doesn't have an arsenal, so the tempo's already gone because his number 1 priority is to just arsenal a card. And so...
Oh, what was that? He grabbed it and pressed 4.
Yeah, he drew his sideboard.
Yeah, that's not what you want. All right, so this is kind of dangerous. No blocks, and we see the new card Blade Flash coming into doing work here. In the past, when Dory swung Dawnblade, you would never block.
It was always glint.
It was always glint or bolters. Now it is not always glint or bolters. We see Absorb into Aether here being played. 4 against 7 now. Does he have another D-React? He does. Okay. All right. That is a
good play.
That is what you want. Does Kaiser have a 0-cost D-React or offense react? I don't think so.
No.
But he will get to Arsenal, but he will lose the counter.
So that was
And
the perfect situation for Seb
Yeah.
to not take any
Yeah.
damage and still get an arsenal. That was perfect.
That turn cycle was as good as it gets here. So that turn cycle was all about reestablishing an arsenal, getting the Dawnblade counter off, but now Dory's working with a 5-card hand.
I think he's fine as long as, because you have things like hypothermia, and I think Seb's next priority is really over getting a third Frost Hex, really getting an Insidious Chill out. If he can get an Insidious Chill out and get Dory to a 3 or 4 card hand every turn, or at least for the next 3 turns, I think that'd be huge.
All right, so here we see a yellow pitch into Warrior's Valor, indicating probably doesn't have a blue, meaning this Frostbite token is going to hurt.
And the worst part is Tunic is down. It is not
and he needs to pay 1 here.
Yeah.
So if he wants to do anything, this is going to demand another card. So right now he has to decide whether or not he's paying for Winter's Bite. I presume he is. So he is. All right, so now he needs to... If both his cards are red, he's going to have to pitch both of them to swing.
And that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah. So now there's no threat of... It doesn't matter if there's Warrior's Valor playing.
Mm-hmm.
There's no second attack coming here. And Seb should realize that. So now the question is, can he fuse a Sigil of Frost and then Waning Moon? That's going to be...
The Sigil of Permanent Frost is the scariest part here, because there's no way to clear those Frostbites, and he's going to have to take all that arcane damage, which will be 3, and then he'll take... So if he Sigil Permafrost Fuse and then Waning Moon, it's a 9 damage swing because of the 3 from Waning Moon and the 6 from the 3 Frostbite.
And
but clearly that's not the move here, but...
Mm-hmm. So another thing that we need to talk about is the boots usage. So the boots can be used to generate a ton of Frostbite tokens on the opponent's turn. So that's something we need to watch out for.
Mm-hmm.
Seb looks like he didn't have the Sigil of Frost, which is fine, but he still got some poke damage in with Waning Moon. Blocked out the Warrior's Valor and Arsenal Pass. All right, so we're back to Dory. This is a pretty important turn. 5-card hand with Tunic live. Second Glistening Steel Blade. Probably going to be responded to by Seb.
You really need a disruption here of some kind, whether Channel Link Frigid or...
we saw he blocked with 1 and we saw he pitched 1, so it's unlikely to be that.
Hypothermia would not be bad because it would lose.
I'm pretty sure Seb's not playing Hypothermia. We kind of discussed this, that card is kind of a win more card.
Yeah.
Like if you're disrupting Dorinthea enough, she's not swinging a second time.
Exactly, right.
So Hypothermia causes cards to lose Go Again. They can't gain Go Again. So if they naturally have Go Again, that's fine. But obviously Dawnblade does not naturally have Go Again. So on paper it works really well. However, it's kind of a win more card, and it only blocks for 2. So I don't think I think it's in his sideboard, but I don't think he's actually playing it here. The whole game plan of Icelander here is to put a couple Frost Hexes down, follow up with like an Insidious Chill. He's assembled all 3 Frost Hexes, so he is completely set up now. And there's actually nothing that Dorinthea can do about these Frost Hexes. The only real counterplay she has is kind of like Energy Potion. But that's not really even a great counter. The
problem here, though, is So the name of the game is to get as much damage in when they play the turn that they play Insidious Chill and Frost Hex, because they're very resource intensive, and they don't provide any disruption the turn they're played, right? So like it just makes one Frostbite token. That's not a big deal when he's already pitched a blue. So like this is the turn to get the damage in. I think maybe with the Glistening Steelblade out there, maybe it was just throw the hand out there.
This is it's a little risky to do that, because if he has Twinning Blade here, he's in a lot of trouble.
That's true. Yeah.
Or Singing Steelblade. This is like the reason Glistening Steelblade is so strong is it copies 4 to 6 of Spoils of War. Unconditional Go Again is really strong in Dorinthea, because when you overblock, if you don't have a D react and you overblock, and they have Twinning Blade or Singing Steelblade, you get blown out. And if you don't block enough, well, then they just go over it. So this is a pretty tricky spot, especially considering he lost his helmet as well. The fact that he's taking this long to block indicates he probably doesn't have a D react. So he's got to calculate whether he's blocking 6 or 9 here, or if he has some 2 blocks, maybe 5 or 8. I still think that Icelander's in a good position. She has 3 Frost Hexes set up, and she only lost 6 health. So, yeah. Alright, so a block of 6, this is probably going to get busted through.
And I think Seb's just has to take all the damage that goes over and on the next swing, even though, and then hopefully that's like an Aether Ice Vein that he's about to arsenal, hopefully, and what that'll allow is he'll get the 3 counters and Dawnblade on 6, but then the following turn there'll actually be some follow-up disruption that'll hurt, and that'll allow for
there we see Twinning.
You're calling the Twinning. Yep.
So this is classic Dorinthea, going around instead of over. So resolving damage there. Has Go Again, has the ability to attack again. Oasis Reprise, interesting card. Okay. So
you're such a warrior. You said Oasis for prize.
Did I? Oh, respite. My bad. Not Oasis for prize. Yes. Oasis for prize.
What a warrior!
Oh my goodness. Okay, so he decided to go around and swung hit. Gets a counter.
Yep.
Okay.
That's probably best case scenario for Seb, because that could have been a way worse.
Yeah, that could have been way worse if he had like a hit and run or something.
Oh yeah. Or even if he just would have pumped that attack and then went in for a second time and been on 3 counters.
That would have been if Dorinthea had the ability to blow through that would have been 3 counters there. So something we haven't seen out of Kaiser yet is potions.
Snag.
I think it's pretty important to get potions. Yeah, we see a snag. That's
interesting.
Huh. It doesn't. In theory, it doesn't affect Icelander.
Maybe it's an extra blue that's just in the sideboard and he throws it in.
I think this is just an extra blue that's in his sideboard. Generally, Dory's running like 18 to 20 blues. But I think in this matchup, you want to run pretty much as many blues as you can. Because in order for you to do anything, you realistically need 2 blues. And those blues will also help you clear frostbites as well. So, alright, so we see a Warrior's Valor blue played into a Channel Lake Frigid in response. And that basically ends the turn. Yep. Cost 3 to swing Dawnblade. That's not where you want to be.
Is it
Can you switch?
He
Which
actually used for those cheeky exude confidence and fire breathing plays that Icelander can do.
yes, that's also that's something we didn't consider, is that Icelander actually has several combo finishers. The Frost Hex is one of them. Another one is the fire breathing combo that you talked about. I believe Seb is on the kill them with frostbites plan, though. I mean, we can see that he has 3 frost hexes out, and yeah,
it's interesting that
I haven't seen an attack action card from him yet.
It's interesting that he pitched the Sigil of Permafrost, because that's the exact card that he is looking for currently, because the 3 frost hex, I mean, you just get so much value, even out of the blue, and the block doesn't matter.
Yeah, so one thing is that we actually haven't seen these hexes deal any damage yet.
Right.
So once we do, you got, like, everybody in chat, you guys will be able to see just how powerful the play pattern is.
Yeah, so just to give you a rundown of the typical play, right? So Sigil of Permafrost is a defense reaction that has an ice fusion effect, and it says if it's ice fused, the next source of arcane damage that you deal, make that many frostbite tokens, right? So the stereotypical play is you play your Channel Lake Frigid like he just did, and then he would play a Sigil defending an attack, and then he would Waning Moon after, and that would deal 3 damage, and then assuming that all 3 damage went through, he would make 3 frostbites, and then assuming the person had nothing else they could do on that turn, the 3 frost hexes would trigger. So he would take the 3 damage from the Waning Moon, and then each one would trigger 3. Each one would trigger 1 time, total of 3 per frost bite, which would be a total of 9 damage plus the 3 Waning Moon. That's a 12 damage swing. If you don't have a way to clear those frost bites. Now, there are some ways to get around that, like Crown of Seeds, things like that. Anything that you can play at instant speed without an action or requirement, or an attack reaction in this case. If he has another blue and something like that, then he can clear that up and take no damage.
The most straightforward way to deal with it is just to activate AB2 and take 1 damage.
Yep.
That would make 3 frost. That would make 1 frostbite, and then you would take 3 damage at the end of your turn.
Okay, so we're seeing it here. He's defending with he just has to have the ice fuse, which I assume is a blue ice fuse in his hand, and then.
Does he?
He hasn't
revealed his card yet. Is he going to reveal it?
Oh, no. Did he not have an ice?
Why is he shrinking
his
he does.
Card? Okay, yeah, he did.
He just shrank his card. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so, and then now he's probably just going to Waning Moon or whatever. And
Yep, so we're seeing here now the power of Sigil of Permafrost.
The only downside here is he's not going to be operating with an arsenal. So typically, I think, me personally, I think I would hold this Aether Ice Vein back for an arsenal to allow the same play on the next turn. Obviously, you take some damage, but...
I don't agree with what Kaiser just did there. I think it's much better there to hold that snag to deal with the Waning Moon.
Because it is an instant, isn't it?
Yep. Well, it's a blue.
And yeah, 100%.
He's about to get Waning Moon to the face and have only 1 floating.
Yep, Seb's got to push here and get that 12 damage in, because there's never going to be another time.
It's going to be...
What?
Huh. I guess he valued... I don't know what just happened.
I missed out on 12 damage, I guess.
Is it 12? It's 3 plus for the Waning Moon. He would have AB1, so that would have been 2 frost. That would have 6. That'd be, he missed 9 damage there.
Yeah.
But he's going to have he has an arsenal now.
An arsenal is not worth 9 damage in any world. Unless you got Channel Mount Heroic out. That's the only way an arsenal's worth 9 damage. Force of Nature, Channel Mount Heroic. That's it.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit suboptimal there, or odd prioritization there. I mean, with 3 frost hexes out, like...
Yeah, I understand the want to have an arsenal, but I think he should have held the Aether Ice Vein back and then arsenaled that. Or use that to pitch for the Waning Moon and then arsenal the whatever Ice Bolt thing that he has in arsenal now. Because now Kaiser also knows that the card in arsenal is not very disruptive at all. It's just damage.
Yep. It's just a tax to the turn.
Right. Maybe Seb forgot that he played Channel Lake Frigid that turn and thought he couldn't Waning Moon or something. I don't know. But missing out on the 9, I don't think that's where... Because it's turns like that, those turn cycles are how Icelander gets ahead.
Yep.
And I think most of the Icelander decks are probably going to be running 9 Sigils of the Permafrost just for that play alone.
Yeah. Especially on the Frost Hex plan, which I think is the stronger of the... Especially in CC, I think you have to go for the Frost Hex play. In Blitz, I think you have several options, like with the Fire Breathing and other ones.
Right.
But Exude Confidence and stuff like that. But So a card that we haven't seen yet from Seb is Insidious Chill. This card, if he can ever get this out, will really dampen the Dory's offense. Yep. Because every single time you Ice Fuse, the Dory has to pay 2 or discard. Well, and that's just backbreaking.
Yeah, it comes out with 3 counters on it. It costs 3, it's blue. Yeah. And it comes out with 3 counters on it. And every time you Ice Fuse, you take counter off. And it's basically a Aether Ice Vein effect on a stick, basically, for 3 uses.
And that with Channel Lake Frigid slows the game down enough that you can set up your Frost Hexes and kill them. So that's kind of the plan here. Front-loaded damage here from Dory, going up to 7 here.
With him saying no blocks, we should see a Sigil here, probably. If I had to guess.
Maybe 2.
That would be spicy. But with 2 cards in hand and AB3...
that may not be the best play here.
Yep, so he's clearly playing one right now. We'll see. It's probably going to get shut down, if I had to guess.
Yeah, he just flashed Ice Eternal. That is one of the best finishers for Icelander. Because it allows you to dump your whole hand into Frostbites and then,
Or Absorb. Now, if he could do this and Sigil, then that's just a perfect world. There you go. And that's it.
But that's only 6, right? That's a blue.
Yeah, but we don't care about the damage here. What we care about is, the Ice Fusion here, and then he has the Ice Bolt in Arsenal, so he's going to fire that for 5, I believe. 5 or 6.
That was this blue Ice Bolt.
Yeah, but Absorb Aether adds 2 to it.
Oh, yeah,
so
you're right.
It comes in for 5. So now it's 5 in any of that hits, which Kaiser's going to gladly dump his hand here, no matter what it is, for Arcane Barrier. But regardless, still a good play because he still has the ice card to put in Arsenal, and this is exactly what Icelander wants to be doing with 3 Frost Hexes out.
And she still has Waning Moon here.
So interesting. Kaiser is going to play Glint.
Okay. I mean, he knows that the way is open now to attack again. This could generate a second Downblade counter here. Yeah,
but this is making 5 Frostbites if it hits, and there's no way Dory's getting around that.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yep.
So I don't. Okay, so he stops 3. He takes 2. That'll generate 2 Frostbite tokens.
Yep.
So the only way he can swing is if he has blue. He has to have another blue to swing.
Maybe that's what he was gambling for.
I'll believe it when I see it. Oh yeah, no, he should have another one because of playing the bolt.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So there should actually be one before the damage takes place.
Yep.
And then...
Yep, so I guess they're just rewinding here a little bit. So, actually, Kaiser looks like he's going to respond to that Frostbite token by playing Glint.
Right.
So that's what's happening here.
Yep. But now he can pitch the blue, stop 3, but then he'll still have 3 instead of 2.
Yes, correct.
So that way it makes it literally impossible to swing a second time. So he's going to go ahead and dump it, yep.
Okay, yep. So he's just going to go for extra damage here.
Yep. And then he's going to stop 2 of it with Arcane, which is as good of a play as you can make.
So he's taking 3 here.
That puts him at 4.
Mm-hmm.
Or 3 Frostbite, and then he'll take 9 from the Frost Hex.
Yeah.
So for the viewers that don't know how Frost Hex works, the only way Frost Hex does damage is if the person ends their turn with Frostbites, and then when they pop in the end phase, you take damage equal to the number that you have. But if you get rid of them the normal way by playing an instant or an action or something like that and clear them, you don't take any damage.
And we see him taking 12 here.
Yeah.
Going down to 17.
So this is how Icelander evens up the game by plays just like that.
Yep. 12 damage there.
It gets out of hand really quick.
So now the Dory is quite on the back foot here, especially with Storm Striders still alive. There's a lot of ways to die here. But Dory still has a counter on her Dawnblade. So it's not over yet.
And Seb was still able to maintain a ice arsenal. I think it's the one that makes the Frostbite. Arctic something. Oh, he's showing the red. Okay, but he's pushing all the damage out at once.
Okay,
so that's fair. But if there's a Sigil of Permafrost in hand, he could die this turn with Storm Striders very easily.
Yep.
Extremely easily.
Especially with the Metacarpus node there.
He's just going to go in. And 5 cards, a 5-card hand doesn't mean anything when the game's over. That's a fact.
So 95% chance the last card here is red. Actually, probably 99% chance this is red. So I guess it's not. There's no follow up here. So responding with Frostbites here. Responding with
free damage.
A Frostbite is not going to cut it here.
Well, sure, it's 3 damage because the Frostbite.
Yep. You're right.
Because there's 0 way that he can clear it because he doesn't. The get out of jail free for Dory here is if he has Tunic counter because it's an instant. Mm-hmm. You could use that to trigger the Frostbites and then pitch to pay for it. It's a waste, but it is a one method that you could use to clear the Frostbites. But yeah, if Seb has a Sigil of Permafrost here, that I'll be honest, it's probably game.
Mm-hmm.
The only downside is that attack has Dominate, so he can't absorb the Aether and Sigil Permafrost. So.
That's true.
So that's 1.
Incarceration, one of the...
Oh, it makes 2. It makes 2 because it makes 1 and then it's an ice card. So that represents 6 damage because there's 0 way to clear it. Unless he's being cheeky and he has like a snag in Arsenal or something. Or a Sigil. I guess a Sigil Solace is on the table if it's an Arsenal. But if he pitched a red, he clearly... Oh no, if he pitched 2 reds, he clearly doesn't have a blue.
Alright, there's Insidious Chill being pitched. Storm Striders. This is not a good feeling as Dory seeing that Storm Striders activated. Polar Cap being fused here, dealing 4 damage.
Create a frostbite on hit.
Create frostbite on hit.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to go down to 13, get another frostbite.
Yep.
He's gonna buff it. So he's gonna go to 12. Okay. And then he's gonna waning moon him, and he will die, or he'll go to 1, depending on. Yep. Looks like he's gonna. Yeah, he'll go to 1.
Yep. Oh, double supremacy. Hate to see it.
All right. The nourishing lands. Seb should take 6 here. Did he already take 6?
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I felt like he was on 20 something. Yeah. All right, but this game is essentially over here. I mean, once the second and third Frost Hex landed, I was very, very worried for Dory. And even with the 5-card hand here, this is going to be tough. I think with the life deficit here, it's just asking too much.
Mm-hmm.
All right, taking Tunic here. Icelander could respond, but probably won't.
Too risky. Unless you can just get the damage. Well, no,
unless you deal 4.
Oh, is it 4?
Is it?
No, that's only 2. What?
2 plus a. Oh, I guess he's trying to bait out something. I don't know.
I mean, no matter what, that's a full blue, right? Because he has to prevent the damage, and it's a frostbite. And this is a whole nother blue. So that's. Or that. He has to pay 1 for that, though, because there's a frostbite.
Oh, he's alive, though. Oh. Ooh. All right.
Okay, he's pitching a yellow, so we're running out here.
All right, in comes Dawnblade for 3.
I'm going to be honest, if I have an attack in hand, I'm just going to eat whatever Dory's throwing here. I'm going to throw an attack on my turn, Arsenal and Ice card, and then there's no way he can keep up with that. So Seb should take 6 here, probably, and go about his day.
Yep. Drop down to 10.
Because if you got Dory spending blues on your turn and her turn, she's not going to be able to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no chance.
I guess he has a D react here. Deciding if he should play it and just arsenal a card. Tick Tunic up. I mean, that's a decent turn cycle. You trade a 5-card hand for 2 life. Sink below. Okay.
He can still do the same thing because there's a lot of 0-cost attacks like Thick Ice Bolt.
Who's gonna grab Glint?
So that's 7 and then another 3. That totals to 10 damage, block 4. So situation he's taking 6, not counting the card he draws.
Glint.
So Seb should still be safe if he has a 0-cost attack here. Should be alright. Which, assuming he did not sink, he probably does.
Yep. Seb takes 3 there. Second swing here. Another 3 damage. A counter on Dawnblade.
Yep.
Arsenaling a card. Okay.
Should see a 0-cost attack and then Arsenal and then...
Could be a 1-cost attack with Tunic.
Yeah, that works too.
Oh, okay. Just as Winter's Bite. Sure.
I mean, it's the same effect, right? Like, it's... The only difference is you're not guaranteed to get the blue. That's the only difference.
Yep.
Because he's gladly just going to throw a red here.
What happens if Seb follows up with Waning Moon, though?
Then he'll use the blue. But yeah, you always give him a red here, and then he's probably going to Arsenal this. Mm-hmm. And then, but now the problem is Dory's on a three card hand now, mm-hmm. And yeah, she's literally just going to pitch and swing Dawnblade probably to give as least amount of information as possible. And then Seb is going to.
I think Seb's going to respond from Arsenal and then Waning Moon, and that's going to tax all her resources.
You think it'd be better to wait for the attack?
I think you can go now.
Because every pitch that you get out of her is a higher chance to get one through.
Mm-hmm. Well, the argument for doing it now is that you can, if there's 3 reds in hand, you just win. But I guess if you waited, you would also see them pitch a red. So
right, get as much information.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Tough spot for Kaiser.
Yeah, this is also kind of a tough spot for Icelander as well, because she's already used all her equipment. It's possible to draw brick hands as well. Down to 25 cards. Dory's deck still at a healthy 36. Not responding. Going to get a little bit more information there. E-pot swing for 4, go again. Dory not giving up true warrior spirit here.
Unfortunately, being at 10 life, you're exactly in kill range.
Yep.
So, like, if you're... The problem is Seb here has to guess correctly.
No blocks here could be... Well, I think it's fine to no block this, but...
Yeah. But the next swing is the one...
Yep. The thing is, if you can respond with the Waning Moon, I think he's really I mean, Kaiser knows this as well. Is that if he gives Seb a deterministic win, he's going to take it, right? So,
right.
Even if Dory has lethal here, she may not pull a trigger. Just past the end phase, because nobody gets priority once both players have passed the end phase. So that actually is safer.
But the problem here is, like, he's obviously going to make a Frostbite. Right? Because the card in Arsenal is probably an Ice card. And so...
Yes.
So... Kaiser has to have because one Frost Hex trigger kills him, so he has to have a way to pay and clear the Frostbite, which is why swinging the second time is so risky. Because if there's any way that Seb can make 2 Frostbites here, he probably just wins.
Aether Ice Vein being deployed to block here for 3.
I would go and get Tunic counter resource and put Tunic in front of it as well. Oh, here we go. That's game.
Okay, yep.
Yep.
If this is fused, yep, that's fused.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Yep. So,
especially if he has an attack in Arsenal, he can attack and use Waning Moon. As one of them will go through.
Kaiser needs to hold his hand here to block the Waning Moon. So this, I guess they're resolving damage. And then is Seb going to Waning Moon here? Probably yes.
Oh yeah, at least to just deny the Arsenal at minimum. But the problem is he needs to play non-attack, so he has to play his Arsenal. No matter what. That has to happen if he's going to Waning Moon.
Which, depending on what he put in his arsenal, might demand both his cards. Ice Eternal. This is a very good card. This is a perfect finisher card here if he has double blue.
The one problem is it does not have...
it has to be ice fused.
Yeah, and it's not an ice itself, so it's not making a... Honestly, I like playing this card for 0, it doing nothing, and then Waning Moon.
Yep, that sounds actually pretty reasonable.
That's what I would do here.
So he looks like he just played it, and then...
He just passed? I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening.
Because if Kaiser didn't have another blue there, he was dead. Actually,
he hasn't moved Ice Eternal to the graveyard yet. So...
Yeah, but Kaiser's got a whole grip. He can't play that. Oh, he's doing this on his turn. Wait.
On Seb's turn. Yes, he's playing... I don't think that's correct.
No,
that's definitely not correct. You should put that into Arsenal. I mean, this is going to get a card. But
yeah, but then you're in this exact same situation as last turn with 4 less life and no arsenal.
Correct. And you don't have Sink Below. That definitely couldn't have been right.
No.
I think just Ice Eternal for X's 2 would have killed him, right?
No, you have to do it because it's double X, right?
Yeah, so but he had a blue and Sink Below. So he could have Ice Eternals for 2, and that would have made 2 ice tokens, and then it would have dealt 6 to him, right? What? Am I missing something?
He needs to be able to fuse. Can't pay cost and fuse.
Yeah, cost and fuse. He had a red sink in the ice card.
No, he doesn't have to fuse. He can put 4 into Ice Eternal, don't fuse, just make 2 Frostbite tokens, and those 2 Frostbite tokens would explode at the end of Kaiser's turn, dealing 6 to him.
I'm not 100% sure how that card works, so I guess we'll find out.
Oh yeah, it makes the Frostbites no matter what, but it deals arcane damage if it's fused.
You don't need the if Ice Eternal was fused clause.
Gotcha.
Okay. Anyways, we'll ask them about that later. Yeah. So now we're back with Dory with 3 cards swinging into Icelander at 6. Okay.
With no arsenal.
This is not good. I'm also wondering why the Ice Eternal is still on the battlefield. Is that a visual bug?
Yes.
Probably.
It is.
So you don't see it? Oh, it's in his arsenal.
Yeah, it's in his arsenal. Yep.
Oh.
I'm so confused.
I'm so confused. Yeah. This sometimes happens when there's a lot of players in the TTS server. It gets desynced. Okay, so if Ice Eternal was in his arsenal, that makes a lot more sense then. Okay. Huh.
The more you know. Okay, so he does have an arsenal, so he can still win this, but I don't know. You got a sigil that you fused and don't.
So if that's an attack reaction in Arsenal, that's actually best case scenario for Dory. Mm-hmm. That means you can hold 2 cards in hand, hold a resource. So I think Seb has to block here. Again, his deck is running thin. He's down to like 22 cards. So he's basically gone through his deck at this point. So it's very possible he's like 80 to 90% out of D-Reacts here. Oh. Okay, playing Ice Eternal from Arsenal. If he has the Ice Fuse and enough blues, this will just kill him. Because if he can make 5 Frostbite tokens is hard to make, but
Yeah, and if Dory has another blue, you lose.
well, Dory can only AB 3 of it. Fusing looks like he's going to put 6 into it.
But that's only 3. So he's gonna.
So it's going to make 3 Frostbites and then deal 3 Arcane.
Okay, and then that'll force a blue out, or at least the 2 floating.
He's got 2 float. So he's going to force another. Well, not necessarily another card. I think you might just want to take 2, or take 1. Okay. He still needs a way to clear these Frostbite tokens, though.
Because they'll kill him.
Yes.
Because that's representing 9 damage currently. So getting 1 on Oasis.
Unless. Oh, right. Even if it has an attack reaction, he can Waning Moon in response to the attack reaction.
Yep, that's good.
And I think that does it. Yeah, that is game. Okay. Yep, he had Iron Song response in response to that, but I don't think that matters. Because he still has Frostbite tokens. Why does he not have Frostbite tokens anymore? Oh, he had to pay for the Oasis Respite. Okay.
What?
That's what happened there.
I'm so confused.
He paid for favorite warrior card, you know? Reprise. That's what happened there. So we were thinking, like, why he needs a way to clear his Frostbite tokens. He had an instant to play from hand.
There's no way. There's no way he had enough to pay for 3 Frostbites and block the Waning Moon. And block the damage. That's
No. The Oasis Respite blocked the Waning Moon.
Then what blocked the Ice Eternal?
Pitching a card?
I think the Oasis block the Ice Eternal.
Okay.
When you play it, you have to pay for the Frostbites. I don't know how the sequencing on that works.
Yes. Yeah. That's why that card is like doubly good here. We're learning with you guys in chat as well.
Then how did Waning Moon not get there? That's
I presume that these players played it right, and we're just being dummies here. That's one thing of not being able to hear them or see their hands, is like we have to put together this whole puzzle ourselves.
I get it.
And we have 3 very smart players here, and we kind of get what's going on, but you know.
They're Team Blue pitch. They always got the blue.
Yeah. Alright. So, true warrior fashion here, Dory not giving up, even though she was behind like 15, 18 life at one point. Oh, she was supposed to gain another life. Oh yeah, that's what happened there.
She took one.
They probably shortcut. Yeah, she took 1, gained 1. Yep. Oh man. Oh man. This is very dangerous now. Any attack reaction here kills him. And he has no armor right now, no arsenal right now. I think you just triple block here and try to get something into arsenal, right? Okay, we have Stroke, Foresight.
I guess we're about to find out. He's going to dig for a blue. Seb's probably got a D-React in hand.
I wouldn't be so sure. He's down to 21 cards.
Best case scenario, he has a blue and a 0-cost attack.
Uh-oh. It's going to find Glint here. I think he still has 1 copy left. This could also find run through.
Yep, Glint's good. Glint's a good card.
Or just red Iron Song response, Tunic into the last card in hand for lethal.
I think that's better than the Glint play if it's an option.
Yeah, if the last card in hand is attack react, if he grabs Iron Song response, we know that he's got lethal here. And Seb will have to have a D-react to survive here. What a nail biter of a game. Is this Iron Song response or is this Glint? Alright, it's Glint, meaning the card in hand is probably not an attack react. This is still bad news though. Okay. Alright. Unfortunately, he can't Waning Moon. Okay, so we have a block for 9 here against 7. Looks like he didn't draw enough to get over it. That's very odd. That means, especially with Tunic, I'm very surprised he couldn't get there. Back to Dory with a 5-card hand now. Even worse.
Yep. So now it's the exact same situation as last turn, just one more card for Dory.
Hard of Fendel here.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Dorinthea is one of the very few decks that can actually get use out of Heart of Fendel. And you see how fast Kaiser's playing here. He's like, you're not going to respond. You got no arsenal. Hit and run, Steel Blade Supremacy, swing, go. 5, go again, on hit draw. Can shortcut all that.
And has the Tunic counter up. This is so dangerous.
You basically triple block here, try to get an arsenal. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
You get blown up by Twinning Blade. You get blown up by Singing Steel Blade.
Overpower. I mean, there's so many things. So many things.
Yep. We have seen though that I don't think we've seen red overpower from Dory. I think it's actually he might have cut it because it's tough to use. Okay, so blocking for. Okay, that's definitely not his full block there. Yep. There's another copy of that. Maybe he thinks that this card is just good enough as a textless.
Right, that's what I was thinking. I mean, having a D-react in any situation is probably pretty good.
All right, so Dory has now clawed her way back to even life totals. This is very shocking here. Seb just needs a way to give him a little bit of frostbite, and then Dory not having a way to clear it.
With Dory back up at 6, I think his win con changed from dealing arcane damage to Frost Hex.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's... Which, the problem with that is you have to survive the swing for Frost Hex.
Yes.
So that's going to make it a lot harder for Icelander to close it.
Now Twinning Blade is going to end this game.
Oh, he did pitch one the very first turn, so it should be coming around.
And Seb is going to overblock, and Dory's going to go around, and that's how Icelander is going to die here.
Yep.
I can feel it. Uh-oh. Exact lethal now. Pitching one of those D-reacts, okay. Presumably to play one of those D-reacts. Yep, the red version, very nice. 4 block there. Going to fuse. Nope.
Oh, man.
Just going to put down 2 of them.
Double sigil.
Okay.
Can he play that blue card out of Arsenal?
So this is a block for 8 here. What did I say? What did I say? I could smell Twinning Blade. All right, going around the attack here.
Doesn't he just respond, create a bajillion frostbites, and win? It's not any blue. Oh nope. No, it's sync. Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, Seb gets another turn.
Okay. All right. We're going all the way this game. We're playing with our whole deck this game.
That's it.
16 to 24 in terms of deck size. 16 or 12 now for Icelander. We're all the way back at Stag, boys. All right.
Spoils of War. I've heard that's a good one.
Yep. So we've seen 2 Twinning Blades played. This is kind of a whether or not you play 2 or 3 Twinning Blades is a little bit personal preference. Although I'm more of the 3 type of Twinning Blade person. But
it's so versatile. It's so versatile.
Yep. All right. Is he going to respond to Spoils of War?
I think the answer is if you can make
a bunch of frostbites.
If you can make 2 or more frostbites, I think you respond now. If you can't,
something we haven't talked about is that Dory's deck is becoming heavy with blues now.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Well, is it?
Yes, we're in the late game. I'd say
he hasn't been able to play as many reds as he normally would. He's been having to pitch a lot of them for Arcane and Frostbite.
He definitely has that. Oh, he played Singing Steelblade, so he shuffled. But he I know there was that turn where he played Nourishing, right? And we thought he was going to die.
Yeah, I think you're right. Coming in hot for 5.
A very, very interesting game. Huh.
I think it comes down to that one turn where Seb prioritized
the Arsenal over 12 or 9 damage.
I think that was a big.
Mm-hmm.
Because this game, I mean, Dory would have been on, a 2-card hand for so many turns if she would have took that 9.
Right. This is so dangerous here. This is as dangerous as it gets. Live Tunic, a blue pitch card, Spoils of War swing. This is as dangerous as it gets on defense. Without a D react here, this is very hard to block. You know what? These copper tokens copper tokens may be relevant because it gives you an ability that you can activate.
It's an action, right?
It's an action, but you have to return with an action point and frostbites and cards to. That's Magical Christmas Land. It's probably not going to come up. This is a tough block here. I think Seb is looking at his deck size and he's like, well, what is my path to victory here? Or am I just going to get fatigued out here? Like, Dory might have been like, okay, the deck size is getting really low. Maybe I can just maintain tempo, hold on to my blues, activate Arcane Barrier till I win. Block for 3 here. I think he has to block for 9 here, but I don't know.
He can't block for 9. He can't keep doing that.
Yeah.
Unless his win con, because there was one turn where Kaiser pitched double supremacy and another red.
But so he's shuffled since then.
Oh yeah, because the Sing still played. So yeah, he can't keep blocking 9 and doing nothing. I mean,
this is over. No.
Blocking 9 would be a logical play if he was still at like 1 life, and you could play like a 0-cost attack from Arsenal to get a card, and then on the next rotation, play the card from Arsenal. But at 6 life, your only win con is Frost Hex. And it's...
Okay, so resolving Stroke of Foresight on the stack.
Well, currently Seb would be at 1, right?
Okay. Stroke of Foresight resolving.
Does Kaiser pass priority here? Probably.
Yep, Seb will go to 1. And he'll swing again. After making his copper tokens, of course.
Yeah, Seb just got to do something here. And then wait for that card to come out of hand. Actually, making a Frostbite here is not bad because he has 1 floating, so it prevents the swing. Really just depends on if he has another way to clear that Frostbite. There's blue. Do we have a sigil? We do. That's okay. And we have it fused. That's what we want. Now we play the card from Arsenal. Or we let this damage resolve, right? Which, that's a yellow sigil, so it blocks for 3. So we're blocking 6 on 8. Seb's currently taking 2. He takes 2, wait for a resource to be removed, and no more go. Or just hit him with what?
4.
4? Okay.
Okay, that's something.
That's spicy, and this has sigil on it, so if he doesn't have this is actually really good, because...
Yep, it's going to make Frostbite.
Yeah, the 4 here, the best case scenario, he has a blue in hand, which is not, so he'll block 2, take 2, make 2 Frostbites, and he cannot swing again, damage will resolve, he'll take 2, and he'll die to Frost Hex. That's game.
Wow.
Without Waning Moon. He can still Waning Moon. I mean, that, but no need to get fancy.
Well played. Wizard doing wizard things all of a sudden. Huh?
What's... Oh, he's still dead. I mean, just swing Waning Moon. Just pitch the blue.
So before he gets the Frostbite...
Yeah, then that's it. Okay.
He's gonna... Yep, okay. Yep. So before he got the Frostbite, he played the Sigil, and then he got the Frostbites, took the Waning Moon damage, and then Frost Hex killed him.
Yep.
Alright. Out of nowhere, Wizard does wizard things. Icelander gets the W here after a grueling game going all the way basically through their whole decks, maybe twice. That was quite the game. Let's drag them in here for a little chit-chat. That's pretty crazy. Alright, I'm going to drag them in.
Good games.
Hello, guys. Welcome to the commentary booth.
Hi.
So we have Seb and Kaiser, who just played a excellent match. That was very back and forth. We didn't know who was going to... We didn't know what was going on half the time, but, we tried our best.
I was going to win.
So walk us through that game. What are some of the highlights and some important turns there?
Important turn was when I forgot that Ice Eternal needs a Ice Fusion, and he was like...
It doesn't need, but they would like it. You can still need to make Frostbite tokens. Yep.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is that he got all the Fox Hexes within like the 4th turn.
Yeah, he was still at 30 health.
It's just very... just make me very hard to play with, because I need to be very careful of to not let any frostbite left in the end of my turn. So I need to do the things like something reversely, like maybe I have even considered to swing one first with the go again and then even pass turn to in case to react with his late frostbite. So
yeah, the play style of Dorinthea has to change quite a bit, and we saw that you included some instants as well, which were really, really helpful for clearing the frostbites. The Oasis card and Sigil of Solace; those are very, very nice cards to have. Seb, can you talk about just your choice of D-Reacts there? Like, we noticed you were playing Is That All You Got? And we were a little confused, but so, I mean, did you just treat that as like a yellow 3-block that is instant at reaction speed?
I forgot. It wasn't with the That's All You Got, but that one turn that I thought was very pivotal was where I blocked 6 at the end game, and then I had the yellow reaction in my hand and the blue card, right? And I made him, and it forced him to play out the Steel Blade to get the glint, and then it didn't hit anyway. Right? So just to me, it's just like a 3-block. Like you said, that's just the surprise that Dorinthea is not expecting. So maybe you can get them to play a reaction to try to go over the top, and then you're like, all right, now we're back even again. Now you can do something else. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even though you would never get to draw a card against Dorinthea, but I mean, it's still 3. Like a D react that blocks for 3 is actually quite fine against Dorinthea. Yep.
Is it attack only, or if they are playing the other Dom Blade, if that's their last swing, and like they're just coming in, you can just get a free block and draw, right? If it's the new Dom Blade. But from our testing, Kaiser did the correct one in just playing the top heavy Dom Blade and trying to go in for damage.
Yep. We talked about how Kaiser you prioritized this tunic over bolters there. I actually think that's correct. I was playing AB3 with bolters, but I think the tunic actually allows important plays.
Yeah, and because I'm playing the instant card with one clause, I think that's card with
the Oasis card.
The Oasis with the yellow pitch one is really good in the meta because I would treat it as a better situation in the meta now because we can do something like this, or maybe Kano against Kano or against Icelander, because most of the great arcing damage is 5. We can do it like with 1 blue pitch and AB2 and the OS to block.
Yeah, that makes sense. The yellow one is good. Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah, and if they have like something like the Wildfire, even Wildfire is with the Current Bar is hitting for 5, or maybe he also active the gloves for 6. You can have AB3 plus this Osas with the tunic counter on it. So it's have a really great synergy with the tunic. Also, the second part is that because this game have the priority things, we need to manage it better, because if we do the Courage of Bayhood or maybe the Booters, you can't do something like reacting to get the resource before they resolve the frostbite or the things they give you in the arsenal.
I think that card, now that you've actually convinced me that I probably should be running some of those cards as well, I think that's is not just a great card in Limited, but a great card in Constructed as well.
Yeah, also if there's a lot of fight, blocking 3 is also good too. Yep,
sounds very reasonable. All right, can I have both of you please leave the TTS server so we can have our next match, and I will move you guys back to the Hangout lobby. Thank you for putting on a great show. Thank you for the game.
Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yep, I should do that.
And I'm going to get set up and get in the match.
Yep. So our next match is going to be Nathan Crawford against Wen. This will be a very nice match. We're going to take a 1-2 minute break. I just need to go to the bathroom. And we will be back with the next match very shortly. All right, guys. We are setting up match number 2 for you guys as we speak. Let's go to the... Michael, are you here?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, let's go to the Game 2 graphic, and we will talk through that.
Yep, we're there.
So, all right, so we have Nathan Crawford against Wen. Wen is one of the more creative players on Blue Pitch. I would say he likes to play kind of a little bit off meta. Last time we saw him play KO. This time we're going to see him play Icelander. And yeah, this should be a pretty good match. Do not be fooled by looking at Wen's constructed elo. He is much stronger than that looks. He recently won 2 pro quests in Hong Kong. So he is no slouch. Of course, Nathan Crawford is no slouch either. He also won 2 pro quests in the last season. He also had a top 10 finish at the Indie Calling. Very, very strong player. So we have Briar against Icelander. This is going to be good because last game we saw kind of a mid-range deck against a control deck. Now we're going to get the other flavor. We're going to get aggro against control. So I think that's going to be pretty interesting. Alan, do you have any general thoughts before we get into the game?
Yeah, in this matchup, I think Icelander is slightly advantaged because when Nathan he plays the CM the Channel Manon heroic, and Pan can save his the specialization. I forget the name.
The Frost Hex or Ice Eternal?
Yeah, the Ice Eternal can stop their whole turn.
Yep, if you pay into that, maybe X is 2 or X is 3, that basically just means the whole turn is gone. Especially considering they probably have the blue for the Channel Mount Heroic. That means they probably don't have another blue to pay for anything else. Yeah,
but it's definitely better than the road to the national when Lightning Briar is everywhere. I think the Briar now they play Earth card and it has more consistency against the Iceland. The generally I think Icelander is slightly advantage, about 4-5-5 to 4-5. Yes.
Yep. I also agree that Icelander is probably slightly advantage here. The old Lightning Briar would have gotten rolled by Icelander, but the newer Earth-based, like you said, the Earth-based Briar does have a decent amount of blues. We will see how that goes. All right, let us just jump into the game, and I will move this wonderful chess piece away. Well, let's get this going. All right. Okay, so on our left, playing Briar is Nathan Crawford. On the right, playing Icelander Stormbind, we have Wen Law. Looks like Briar has won the dice roll 10-7. Will he go first or second? I presume he will go first. But we will see.
Okay.
Ooh. First thing, okay. We got some spicy equipment here. We got Net Peak. We got the Alluvion Constellius, which can be very relevant in this matchup. That's actually very interesting. We also have Goliath Gauntlet. Okay. All right. We're going to see some physical attacks from Icelander, and we have Storm Striders, of course, alongside Waning Moon. Over on Briar's side, we have Nullrune Boots, we have Coil Hand, which has AB, Crown of Siege, which is indirectly AB, Tunic, and Rosetta Thorn. Sorry, I cut you off. What were you going to say, Alan?
I think Wen's build is quite differently from Step's build. And
I don't think there's. I think that you put 10 Icelander players into a room, you'd get 10 different decks here. So I'm interested to see what variety we got. So, without giving too much away, what would you say is the general strategy of Wen's deck?
I think
is it kind of a hybrid, or
if you can deploy Frost Test in the very early turns, then you can trade your life point to your opponents because your damage source will be higher because the Frost Test, and I think that's why Step make the last game maybe a bit longer because he should take some damage to instead of blocking, and he can close out the game very fast since he has three force heads. But I think since Tang is the build is different, he brings these arms. I presume he definitely has Command and Conquer, but Nathan has Crown of Seas, so I think
that may not be so effective. He could also be running Nourishing Emptiness or something like that. So right from the start, we already saw that Wen is playing cards that Seb is not playing. We see Icebind in the graveyard right now. So maybe he has more of like Arsenal Freezing in his strategy. Oftentimes, the card that Briar puts in Arsenal is like pretty important. So, yep. All right, we also see a little bit more red pitch, or maybe he was just unlucky with his draws. So, Channel Lake Frigid being deployed here. We also see red Weather Vane. That's I think Seb was running the blue one. Looks like he's going to activate Crown in response. Probably means he doesn't have a blue at the moment.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so with the Channel Lake Frigid out, this is going to be a pretty... I don't expect much here from Briar.
Yeah, the Channel Lake Frigid in Icelander is extremely amazing because if you play it on your opponent's turn, it won't trigger your. Let me see. It won't trigger his channel ice ability.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
so
correct.
it can stay one more turn than normal, and the high proof. I forget the 0 cost. The Uprising ice card, it can stop your opponent gains go again. It's also very good.
Hypothermia.
Yeah, hypothermia is also very good against Briar because most of the Briar cards they don't originally have go again, and it can very good stop the channel Mountain Heroic. Yeah, I mean against Briar, your main goal is stop their channel Mountain Hero turn, then you can win more easily.
I agree. All right, we have Exude Confidence here being deployed.
Yeah.
I mean, he probably doesn't have a blue to pump this, so this is. I mean, even if he has a blue, take both of his cards. So this is just 4 damage Arsenal pass from Briar here.
So I assume Pang will block one, or he
probably one card, and then maybe save a card to attack with on the next turn. Maybe he will play his Arsenal. Looks like he is. He's gonna make 2 Frostbites. Yep. And then I'm guessing he did that so he can Waning Moon. And then he will have a card to play next turn, or maybe he'll block with 2 cards, we'll see. But 1 card is going to be pitched here for Waning Moon, 1 card is going to be saved to Arsenal next turn. So the question is, what are the other 2 cards doing? Is this a double block? Is this a single block?
I think single block is
probably a single block, unless he really can't pay for all these. Yep. Okay. Sure.
Icelander is a very defense hero that we pay for a very long time because he's not a forehand hero. We have
you kind of play on your opponent's turn. You kind of play on your turn. You almost always want to set something into Arsenal. So in terms of tempo, it feels very different.
I mean, every deck before Icelander, they usually want to hold a 4-card hand.
Yep.
And Icelander is very different because he's require a lot of blue. So which means if you're holding a 4-card hand, it won't be as effective as the
because you don't have threads. Yep.
Yeah. And your goal should be more destructive to stop your opponent. So So every time, if you can save your blues from your arsenal, you do it.
Right. Yep. All right. So we see Rabble coming across here for 4, revealed a red Weave Earth, I believe.
Oh, it was a blue one. He whiffed.
A blue one?
Yeah.
Oh, did he? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's only coming in for 2 here. Deploying Blizzard. That's a card that we did not see Seb run.
Yeah, it is a card. Won't trigger the Warning Moon, but it's very good on Icelander because this can trigger his ability.
Yep. That was played from hand though, but still pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, Nathan got a blue, so it won't be too bad.
Yep. All right. So is he going to block this too, or just going to let this through? Something that we didn't see in the last game that we could see in this game is that if whenever gets tempo, we could start seeing the ice equipment headpiece, the cornet peak, be activated. In which case, that would cut down the Briar's damage output pretty significantly.
Yeah, but when the tunic is off.
Yep, for sure. That's a very important point. Is that that card that card only gets a benefit when it's when they don't have a. Oh, we see Hypothermia being played. Okay, so this is attacks you control can't gain Go Again. Of course, if a card naturally has Go Again, such as Ravenous Rabble, it doesn't work. But cards like Lightning Surge that gain Go Again, this would be very, very strong. Played at instant speed for 0. Very strong card.
Yeah, it's just like a more destructive blister.
Yep. This is a very, very nice card. Looks like he's going to block with Fuse. All right. So we have I think that was a Channel Lake Frigid, so that's going to go to the arsenal. Waning Moon coming in here for 3. And I presume he's going to block with what he has and then arsenal a card. Yeah, going to block what he can. And end his turn. Those 3 Frostbites will fall off. So we're seeing Wen and Seb have like opposite problems. Like Seb was able to get Frost Hexes, but wasn't able to give Frostbites. Wen has been able to give Frostbites, but hasn't been able to deploy Frost Hexes. So, I guess when everything lines up nicely, then yeah. All right, lead the charge. Might be responded to here. We'll see. Interesting. We haven't seen much arcane damage yet from Briar, so we actually haven't seen the Constellius get charged up. But that could be the chest piece could represent maybe 2 or 3 swings over the course of the game, depending on how quick or how slow this game is.
Yeah, it depends. Nathan bring how many arcane damage. Yep. I presume they have bring Bumble Spark and the Settlethorn. Yeah.
Yep, it's probably just those 2. Unless he breaks Quill Hand, which I don't know if he will be doing that. I think he's just maybe at the very end of the game. We'll see. All right, lead the charge into Exude Confidence. This will grant him an action point, essentially giving this Go Again.
Yeah. Frostbite. Okay.
Yep. Peg for the Frostbite.
And
he has to pay an additional 1 for the Lake Frigid, so he should be on 1. I think. Yep, should be on 1. Yep, looks like they corrected that.
I think Gwen is happy to see the Exude Confidence comes this earlier.
Yep, to Exude Confidence as early. It seems. I think he's quite happy with that.
Yeah, he don't want to see it when he is on 4 to 5 health.
Yep. Coax a commotion. Yep. A card that has been traditionally very nice against Wizard because they can't really utilize the Quicken token. Probably just gonna block with one card in hand and then arsenal the other card, I presume.
Yeah, but if he do that, then his channel can stay on his turn.
Yep. Well, yeah. So it's possible that he has like a blue ice card and he wants to activate the head piece.
Yeah.
So it looks like that's what he wants to do. So he's gonna. Okay, so Coax hits. He decides to give both players Quicken tokens.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. So in case with no fuse, it's just coming for free.
Yep. Just gonna
Maybe he want to
brag a little bit here.
Yeah, he want to activate his Warning Moon to keep his channel frigid instead of using the corner pick here.
Yep.
For some damage.
Yep. So if the last card is an ice card, would you prioritize the arsenal or keeping Channel Lake Frigid?
If I holding a ice card or the arsenal is the ice card, I would rather activate my corner pick here. But putting a red card in arsenal is quite painful because you have to use one's turns to use the red card for arsenal.
Yeah, in general you don't want red cards in your arsenal as Icelander. All right, we're seeing Nathan immediately use his Quicken token here on Scar for Scar for has go again from the Quicken token.
So we know that when doesn't hold a ice card in their arsenal, because anyway he will pitch it for the Warning Moon to keep his channel refuges, because this aura against Briar is it has large impact and you should keep it at any cost.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
All right, looks like Wen has decided to take the damage there. Gives him an embodiment, not so relevant in this matchup. Actually, it is relevant because the embodiment of Earth pops at the beginning of the turn, and Icelander can respond to that.
Yeah, and it triggers. Yeah, and it makes this swarming Gofield has go again. So
Yep. So it is good.
It's not very relevant, but relevant.
Yeah, it's not very relevant, but it's relevant in this case. Yep. Oh, a lightning press. Okay. So this is a card that some Briar decks have decided to abandon. But looks like Nathan has decided to keep it. The need for lightning cards in Briar is not so high anymore.
Yeah.
All right, we're seeing the Sigil of Permafrost being deployed here. Is it going to be fused? Looks like it's not going to be because he. This looks like Wen's deck is much more red heavy than Seb's deck, from what I've noticed.
I think he want to use the weather wave to stop his opponent, but it turns out it's very hard to use it, and it's very hard to use when you can also because it requires you need to ice fields, and it's very hard to do it.
Yep.
So I think maybe he knows next time he won't bring this card on this match.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right.
Maybe is Nathan preventing when using the chess piece? I saw him as no.
Could be. Oh, wow. Okay, CNC was quickened. Here we go. All right. Yeah, I think I in general, if I was Briar, I think I would try to deny my opponent from getting counters on their chess piece if possible. Goliath Gauntlet into so we're seeing the power of Crown of Seeds. Normally we see Oldhim with Crown of Seeds, but Briar is a Earth hero and she can wear it just as well as Oldhim can. And so effectively this is Vanilla 8. So if he doesn't care about if he can play his whole hand out, he's just going to take 8 here.
I don't think he's scared.
Yep, I don't think he cares. But well, we see the power of the Cricket token here. We see another 4 damage deployed here.
Yeah, I presume we can see the Chandel Mountain on this turn.
It could be. This would be a good time, especially considering Wen doesn't have an arsenal right now.
Yeah.
So this turn is kind of going to be a setup turn for Wen, I think. If this is a Channel Mount Heroic without an arsenal. This is very bad timing for Wen.
Oh my god.
Okay, this could be worse. Because now you just block out this attack, right?
Yeah, if this is a erase phase or something else, that's a real big problem.
Yep. I mean, at least he fused with a... fusing Force of Nature means that... I think he would want two cards. Oh, and this is very, very, very strong. Because he has the blue in hand, so now he has to overblock this. So this is 4 plus 3 plus 1. So this is 8, but he has to block 10.
Yeah. He must
to block. He must respect the blue in hand, or else he will draw. So this is basically a whole hand dump here from Icelander. Or 3 cards plus the helmet.
I don't think he wants to give up his corner pick.
Yep. What?
Oh my god.
Alright, that's a draw from Force of Nature. If that's another attack, this is going to be very bad. But I guess when it's just gambling that's not an attack that he drew.
If it is a go again attack, such as swarming or the rebel, then I think it's lost right here.
Yeah.
Because the Force of Nature will trigger again. And
looks like it's not. So he's... Okay, so it looks like he took a gamble, and he's okay now. So he's going to pitch to get a counter on his chess piece and block. Okay. Huh. That was a pretty big risk there, though, I think. But he survives, and that means he knows that the card in Nathan's arsenal is not an attack.
Ooh, a nice,
nice card. Okay. All right. So this is one way to deal with it. All right. I don't mind this line. I think this is fine. All right. So giving 3 frostbites, getting a card into arsenal essentially means 4 frostbites. That means Nathan's Channel Mount Heroic turn is over, basically.
Yeah. Unless Nathan holding 2 blues in their hand. Otherwise,
yeah, that's. If he's only 2 blues, that's like the worst case scenario. But All right, so we see a counter on the wizard chess piece. This is the first time I've seen it. Alluvion Constellius.
Yeah, this is the cast guy preview.
That was the card guy preview. Yeah. We're like, all right. I can dig this. It's kind of a niche equipment, but sure, let's see how it does. All right, with 3 Frostbite tokens, even if you have a blue here, I mean, if you don't have a blue here, your turn is basically over. But even if you have a blue, your turn can be disrupted pretty heavily depending on what's in Wen's arsenal. Gonna pitch a blue. He's gonna have to pitch another card as well. Okay, he did have 2 blues. Okay, gonna put that on the bottom. Get that out of there. Draw a new card.
Is there response from Pen here? Think so. Oh.
Nope. Looks like no response. Okay.
Oops.
Okay, looks like there is a response. Okay. Making 2 Frostbite. Technically, this should have been done before he drew the card.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right, so 2 more Frostbites here. Nimblus is going to eat those 2 resources. All right. And then E-Strike, presumably just +2 here.
Yeah.
So 7 + 3 + 3 is 13. E-Strike for 13. That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, you have less intention to choose draw a card in Earthfire because you don't want to draw a Earth card and put it on Arsenal is very weak. So
yeah, even with the Crown of Seeds, it's not really where you want to be. Although Tunic Crown of Seeds can kind of fix some of your hands, so
yeah,
we'll see. Looks like we're going to have a pretty big block here for 2, 3, 3. This is a block for 8. Going to take 5. The Icelander's life total getting dangerously low here.
Yeah, the good news is Nathan has a 3 extra confidence at least.
Yep. We haven't seen any frost hexes out of Wen yet.
I don't know. Maybe Wen side it out. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess going for a setup plan against an aggro deck may not be what you want. Looks like he's popping the Quill Hand. Gonna get 2 rune champs here.
The only thing comes into my mind is Swarming Gloomfield, right? Yeah, if you do this, or he just want to pressure.
Yeah, because this is gonna give him a charged Alluvion Constellius.
Oh.
Okay, Blizzard from Arsenal. This is going to basically demand a blue here. Does he have a blue?
He does.
Okay, Force of Nature does have a blue. We'll pay for it. So he's choosing E-Strike Go again. So this is 5 + 2 Arcane here. So I guess he's going to block with I guess he's going to pitch a blue here to block Arcane because he's pretty sure Rosetta Thorn's coming after this. Although he does have Tunic +1 floating, so maybe not.
But the throne doesn't have arcane damage.
Yes, you're right. At the moment, it doesn't. Yep. So I'm not actually sure what's coming after this. Oh, we see a Frost Hexer. Okay, so he is playing them.
Yeah.
All right.
So it just gets 2 triggers or 1 trigger?
It should be 2 arcane, so it should be. It says the first time it prevents arcane damage.
Oh, okay.
So it can only gain it once per turn. Okay. I guess our Rune Blades would be feeding that thing like crazy. Okay, so Soaring Rune Veil, there we go.
Yeah, that's why he popping his pearl hand here.
Makes sense. So I guess there's a Rosetta Thorn after this. Yep, for 2. Gonna block with the helmet to ensure that he gets an arsenal. But this is this is too much of a life deficit, right? Like we saw Seb at this life deficit, but he had 3 frost hexes on him. So we saw. Sorry, and that was the other direction as well. That was Dorinthea at 2. So
unless Nathan draw very bad hand for 1 to 2 turns, otherwise, I don't see any chance for Went to combat this game.
Yep, I agree. Okay. Looks like he's going to sift 2 cards to the bottom. Okay, one of the new cards.
This is a very good card compared with the Whisper of the Oracles, because this draw instantly, and it can remove your bad hand, just like using Swing Below, and also it's a non-attached.
3.
Bluffy. Yeah, such a perfect card. Okay.
Snatch. All right.
It's tough for Wen to block it because he don't have any 4 points of defense unless the.
He also dies to lightning press here.
Yeah, but at this stage
you can't play around it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean just blocking through, and the card draw effect doesn't mean a lot of things. So. Okay, so we see
I presume he's just going to block for 3 here because the card draw doesn't really matter here.
Yeah.
It just gives him an arsenal choice. And an embodiment, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright, so... Alright, we see we see an Amulet of Frost. Sorry, Amulet of Ice. Into Icebind fused with another Amulet of Ice. Oh, he didn't have cards that blocked. Oh. Okay, so 3 Arcane, which cannot be prevented, but it'll also freeze the Arsenal, which...
Yeah, which Chronos can solve the problem.
Yeah, but then he has to pitch a card for that. I think Nathan will just take the turn off and just play with his hand instead of his... He'll just let the Arsenal freeze, I think.
Yeah.
I think
anyway, you can you if you want to remove, you can use Chronos. So.
Yep. So I think he's just going to take 3 here. He used his Quill Hand, so he no longer has access to AB from his arms. So
I do think Ren he wants to crack his Amulet of Ice now, is to make sure he can survive the next turn.
Yep, that seems like a good idea. So actually, if Nathan pitches a blue here, okay, yeah. So I was thinking he might want to, if he pitches a blue and crowns, then Wen wouldn't activate Amulet of Ice.
Yeah, so it's deciding by Nathan.
Yep. So it looks like it's just going to prevent 1, take 2 here, go down to 18. Okay. Now Wen is going to activate Amulet of Ice, pay 2 or discard. One more damage. That's all Nathan needs. Can he get there? He's going to discard Rabble, indicating he might not have a blue. We'll see.
Yeah, or you want to pick when to activate. Ooh, lightning surge.
Okay, so this does not have go again. Again, this is still coming at a breakpoint though. So this is two cards and you died a lightning press. So
it's he's holding a lightning press here.
So ideally, he has a D-react for 4. The sigil of permafrost, but so if he has a blue and that, he can actually start to return some damage here. This is basically an off turn here for Briar.
Yeah, so the problem is you want to block 6 or block 9 here, because yeah, I mean you can't respect the lightning press every turn.
Yep.
So if
that's playing to lose instead of playing to win. So the thing is, like, playing his arsenal could be pointless. Like if it's like create a frostbite and it's like, okay, you make 2 frostbites and then it's not doing anything unless he combines it with waning moon. Oh, we knew it was Amulet of Ice, right? We knew it was that from last turn. Yeah. Okay. So giving him a frostbite token that doesn't really matter here. Because if it's lightning press, he can still pitch and play it. And well, looks like it is lightning press. Looks like they were already in reactions. So he's gonna play lightning press in response to. Oh, it's actually an instant. He can play that before. Unless Wen is playing this before Lightning Surge becomes a attacking card.
Yeah, that's weird. But
yeah, looks like
it does. Oh, Nathan does play it on the defense.
Okay, so that was played on the defense step. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I think Wen should activate his the cause there here. Yes.
He did. Oh yeah, he played Amulet of Ice. Yeah. Yeah. Might as well get some poke damage in. Bring him down to 15. Yeah, I mean, he could be saving it for when he has the Sigil of Permafrost. So that might be what he's saving it for. Looks like Earthforce Surge is going to help Bramble Spark be fused. So looks like Icelander is going to have to contend with mixed damage this turn.
Yeah, Wen must have some impact doing here. Otherwise, he's very likely to die.
Yep.
I mean, Big Eyes Eternal maybe can save him with Amulet of Ice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we see.
Okay, some damage and. Okay.
From the first fight.
Yep. Doesn't really hurt so much considering he just fused with the blue. But sending over to Arcane. Gonna chip away at Briar's life total a bit.
It's gonna crown an AB1, I presume. So it blocks all the damage. Oh, no.
Looks like he needs that resource. All right.
It's very hard to block.
Yep. This is going to be pretty tricky. Oh, Ravenous reveals a blue sift. Ooh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's -3, but +3. So it's still 5 and 1 arcane. So the arcane going to activate. Yep. It's going to put another counter on his chess piece. So 5 go again. Going to be a double block here, I presume.
That should be over because he's a...
Yeah, he's Rosetta Thorn. Yeah.
Yeah. At the worst case, he can Rosetta.
Yep. I think we're about to see Icelander die here. Because if he double blocks this and then Rosetta comes in for 2 and 2, can't block the arcane. All right, so we see a block for 5 here, and I think we're going to see Rosetta Thorn end the game here. He's going to block for 2, AB1, and he's going to take 1 damage. GG.
That's the game.
Yep, that is the game. So we see Nathan Crawford take out Wenlaw there. So it looks like the aggro decks, don't give Icelander enough time to set up, and seems like Wen had Wen just couldn't deploy his frost hexes. He never really had. That's kind of the damage he was missing, is like the frostbites dealing damage. So
it is disruptive, but
it was disruptive, but it didn't deal damage. That's the thing. Yeah. All right, I'm going to drag them in here to have a little chit chat.
Funny when I play it, but
Hello. Welcome to the commentary booth.
Oh, yeah.
It was a very, very interesting game. We got to see a aggressive deck against the control deck there. Do you want to talk us through some of the important moments and important lines there?
Yeah, the most important line was when he did not draw Frost Hex for the first 4 turns or 5. That was that helps. But the main thing was Crown of Seeds in this matchup is it's unbelievable. It does everything that you could ever ask for, because it transitions a card that can't be used for resources to resources. Right. If you rip a blue or yellow off the top, then it prevents arcane damage. Then it's a way to clear Frostbite without an action point. It just does.
And it dodges CNC.
And
Yeah.
It's too good.
I had an embodiment, and I had an embodiment and 2 4-block non-attacks, and I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna eat this and go around it. I was like, because I had the Channel Mountain Exude, and I was like, that's too good to pass up. Unfortunately, I didn't rip an attack off the top. That was unfortunate, but we just had to. I knew I had to push damage, because the main thing. So Arcane Barrier is kind of a trap I believe in playing it against Icelander. The only time that you want to use it is when they fuse a sigil. That is the only time you unless you just have like extra pitch or something and your turn's over. But yeah, it was a good match. And when I flipped over Crown of Seeds, he thought it was banned. And I told him it was only in Blitz.
Banned in Blitz.
Yeah. Vegeta says it's only banned in Blitz.
Yep. Wen, can you talk a little bit about your Icelander deck? Like, what was your general strategy coming into the match?
Actually, we just hope try to get the force heads earlier before the buyer, because they didn't get any resource to remove the force heads. So if we can get if we can get the more force heads at the beginning game, so the matchup will get more easy to win.
Yep. Yeah. Unfortunately, you didn't see them until later in the game. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we just think the chest can pay just use with the buyer matchup, but it seems if the player will sense you using this chest, he won't play the braid.
Yeah, Nathan was purposely not throwing arcane damage at him.
Yep.
Yeah. That's we kind of noticed that. Yeah. Alan and I, as we were watching the game, were like, "Huh?
Yeah. So
there's no cares."
Yeah, we have discussed is if Nathan he don't want to charge up his chest, so he don't pay any arcane damage.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's
yeah, so we actually have our next match basically ready. Jack is already sitting down waiting for me. So I will move Wen back to the hangout lobby, and I will leave Alan, Michael, and Nathan to commentate the classic battle of Dorinthea versus Reinhardt.
Let's do it.
All right, I'm going to be out of here in a second. Have fun.
Good luck.
Yep.
Have fun.
Yep. So you guys can, Michael, you can just kind of direct things because you're the streaming manager, right? So, all right, I'm heading up to feature match 1.
Nathan, how did whiffing 2 ravenous rabbles feel?
I
saw the card
it's a necessary evil, right? Because I run 2 blues in the sideboard for other purposes other than just this matchup. And so I add them in. So my blue ratio is like at a higher, like 20 cards versus the standard, like I think most people run anywhere between 15 and 18 blues in their channel mount deck. So I was running a higher ratio, so I knew. And like the easy solution is, just take the Rabbles out, right? But Rabble is actually the only card in the deck that gets around hypothermia. So even if you whiff on them, you have to run them. And me, I run 6. I run the red and the yellow. So it's just, I knew I wasn't going to be hitting. I didn't think it was going to be that bad, but
Did you only play 2 Rabbles?
I
0 for 2 on that?
Yeah, I was 0 for 2 on Rabbles. That's a fact. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, you still have to put it on your deck, please.
Yeah.
The next will go again to dodge that aura.
Yeah. That's it. And Exude Confidence, such a great card in that matchup because what it can do against the opponent, like they can always respond to it, and that's not the goal of the card. It's I play that card and you cannot sigil me this turn. And what that can do especially is it can clog Icelander's hand up, right? Because if there's sigil in their hand and then they draw 3 new cards, it's less of a chance to get an ice or less of a chance to get a blue for next turn into Arsenal. So you can kind of mess with them in that way. And then lightning pressing in Exude is always nice too.
Yeah, the sigil is such an important card for the Iceland. Yeah, if you can lock down, then you can save turn.
Yeah, highly recommend. I highly recommend that you get at least a few Icelander games in. I played a couple against Justin, I think 3 games or so, and lost every one of them. One of them I kind of threw, and then one I was up, I think it was like 36-9 at one point, and he triple frost hexed me to death, and yes. But once you understand the play pattern and how they actually win the game, it becomes a much manageable. A much more manageable game on your end. So I highly recommend everybody get a couple of those games in before they go to RTNs for sure.
Yeah, I don't think I have seen any Reiner against Dorinthea, as I joined this game when Monad is coming out, and
Right.
I have no idea this match who is it in advantage actually.
Historically, from what Josh was telling me, I think it's actually Reinar, and the thought process behind that is a lot of people look at Dory as an aggro deck. She's actually like the mid-range king or queen, I guess you could say, and because not every hand Dory has is an attacking hand, right? So there's some hands that she wants to block with, and unfortunately, Reinar prevents those turns from occurring, or at least in the way that Dory wants to. So it really just depends. Jack's win con here, and he knows it, is going to be those Blood Rush Bellows, and having those really big, impactful swing bigs. Although giving a quicken token to Dory can be very dangerous.
How many of the new cards do you think Jack's gonna be running in the Reinar deck?
I know there's a yellow. It's not like a blow you away card or anything. It's just like a slightly better. It's a yellow 6 basically is why they play it. I know he'll probably be running that card, maybe the headpiece. I'm not sure. I like Crown of Providence more myself. But it would be up to, because you can always like throw that pummel to the bottom of the deck or something like that if you're worried about missing on your Blood Rush Bellow. Crown of Providence has so much utility in Reinar. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think the card from Classic Battle, the Pekko and the Wrecking Ball, I think is auto include in the Reiner deck, as it's very good, not just in Beast but also in Classical Construct. And I do think Jack is running the new Crown of Providence because it's very good at dodge to the DNC. And the new Dragonic forgot. Oh.
Right.
Yeah, that destroy your arsenal. And I think it may replace the position by the skull cap, but we still need to test it around that one defense or a one card exchange, which is more important in match.
Right.
I think against fight, the skull cap is much more stronger because you can stop the mass of momentum triggers. But in most of the match, I think Crown is much better because you won't use the arcane barrier free. I mean, maybe one of the 10 games, but the also there are very good thing about Crown is it always block for 2.
Right. Exactly.
So,
yep.
Yeah, if you don't control your life points carefully, then you may use your skull cap wrongly. But Crown doesn't have this problem.
Let's go, Michael. Let's get into it.
Yeah, let's
move that chess piece. Let's do it.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Yeah, the auto adult classic battle.
Yeah, and just like a little bit about both players. We got, of course, Joshua Lau. He's been talking, commentating on the left. He was like the first one in Hong Kong to 1,000 XP. He has a nice pair of golden Storm Striders to prove it. He's done a lot of things. He's won an RTN, top 64 at the Pro Tour. He's got a lot under his belt. And then also Jack Tang got second in the Hong Kong Nationals. He was in the game that me and Josh actually commentated that one. Fantastic game if you haven't seen it. The Chain and Oldham match, and Jack was playing on Oldham, and he also has 2 cute cats. Common thing among the Blue Pitch team.
Puts them up to 6 or 5 in total on the team.
That's a lot of cute cats. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right, we got a Naked Dawnblade. Got the Alpha Rampage. Just looks like Jack's trying to filter here, and the problem is you can't dump the whole hand, because then if Twinning Blade comes out, that really hurts. so you have the knee-jerk reaction, like, oh yeah, have them all. This hand's terrible, and then you just take 9 damage turn 1, and it's no good.
Am I the only one who noticed that Jack's equipment is gold foiled?
Yeah, he do wins his letters
Is
from
it?
the nationals. Yeah, it's a gold letters. He opened in the national.
Yeah, it's like different border.
Yeah,
That's hilarious. I love it. I love it.
That's very good boost from him.
Yeah. That's so funny. I love to see it. All right, got Josh thinking. No reactions. Oh, starting out with a route. It's a good way to do it. Does he have the D-react? So obviously he's probably not going to give him Alpha Rampage back. That seems like a little too good of a card.
Yeah.
All right. Nope, Jack got caught without a D-react.
Yeah, because all of you know Jack, all of you know Joshua. He is the first 1000 XP in Hong Kong, and when there is not as many people as now, Jack and Joshua, they always play together, and I think this matchup in Blitz they play at least 100 times.
Yeah.
so it's weird, but it's good to see them play this matchup again.
Absolutely. All right, so we got a Wild Rod coming in for 6. Draw a card and discard 1 at random. If he hits a 6 or higher, that attack will gain Go Again. Okay. So the middle one comes out, and it is
Oof.
whiff.
Rough.
Yeah, a classic brute that can't trigger his hero ability. As always.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't a burst battle.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's probably worse than hitting a blue off the top with Rabble. I think I'd rather hit the blue. At least your turn's not over.
Hey, you thought you had a plan until you didn't.
That's it. I mean, 6 damage, obviously that's not where you want to be for a turn. But, you know, it's because like he would love to follow up with a club right here. Like that's the perfect, because then that's, you know, that moves it to 11, and that's a way higher rate. But it happens, you know. And Dory said no blocks, which means she has no dead cards, which means this is an attacking hand for sure. So we'll see probably a Warrior's Valor or Spoils or nothing, and see a Glint, or what's that new card? The one call, yeah, that one, Run Through, or Blade Flash, or Singing Stillblade to get any of those. It could be anything.
So many options.
People are sleeping on Dory because she hasn't been relevant for a while because of Prism. But if the aggro pushes Prism out, whether you're an aggro deck and you can go 15 cards wide or not, when that Singing Steelblade or Glistening Steelblade hits the mat, I guarantee you're going to block. I don't care what deck you run. And Yeah, she's going to be a threat if Prism ever makes her way out or gets pushed out in any way.
Yeah, and even if she doesn't get pushed out, she's on her way out. Less than
right, exactly.
Now.
Yeah. So we got overblocked by 3, countered by Glint, drawing a card, looking for the max way to push over that damage. The easiest way off the top of my head would be a Singing Stillblade here to go up by 1 and then throw a 3 on it. But Overpower, I heard, is good too. So we'll see. Now, I do think it's interesting that should Josh be running Crown of Providence? Because there's like a lot of situations where like he doesn't draw a blue, right? And that's like your get out of jail free.
That is true. And the one additional block might not be that relevant.
Right. I would rather fix a hand that's like way bad to decent, just for 1 health. I mean, I think it's worth it.
Yeah. It's not,
and just like I said,
gonna throw Arcane at you.
Exactly. And like I said, the path of least resistance was the +1 followed by the +3 to give about 1. And this is what makes a really good Dory player. It's not just dumping everything on the attack, but going over by just what you need. That way you can still have relevant threats on the second swing. Because now Jack's in a tough spot. If he blocks 1 card, he knows he's going to get hit.
Yep.
And if he blocks 2, he still might get hit. So it's the scariest part is he didn't activate bracers, which has me worried as a player, right? Because then you could get hit with an overpower, or there's just so many things here.
That's exactly what I was thinking. With the Brave Forge Bracer activation, that tells you he's
scary.
A single resource.
Yeah, it either means he doesn't have a blue, or he's about to go in. One of the two. I will say that the one weakness to Crown of Providence is sometimes you're put in a situation to where you have to block with your armor, but there's nothing you want to filter, right? Yeah. Like say he has a Blood Rush Bellow in Arsenal. Like there's no way he's sinking that, right?
Yep.
And that's just like the one situation where it's definitely not ideal.
Blocking for 7.
Yep.
Yeah. 3, so it tells him there's no overpower.
Very respect from Jack. Blocking more than 4.
It's also possible that Josh is playing the longer game here. And he might still actually hold an overpower here. We'll see.
Yeah, you gotta be careful because club is the most efficient weapon in the game. So that's one thing that, if the game goes too long and Dory runs out of red cards, that's actually one way that Reinhardt can eke it out. It's just outvaluing with the club. Blocking with a red barraging. Probably something you want to see as the Dory player. Because that's a scary card.
Yeah. When the classic battle wasn't come out, I was surely no block this attack, but the classic battle has give a lot of card to Dorinthea the run through.
Right.
The Steel Bay and the Blade Flash, they are all very good cards. So you have to adapt it to your playstyle to stop it. But yeah, because you don't want to you don't want to trigger his replies.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't block with his Brutus, so maybe he don't really want to use his Brutus because as I remember, Joshua he said that he always save the voters for his the steel bay turn, the supremacy.
Right.
And so I think if they didn't play any go again pass to make your Dawn base go again, I think no block is for a choice every time.
Right.
But maybe Jack he want to decide to play for long games, so he instead of blocking and play his cup every turn to reduce the life total for Joshua.
Right. With all things said and done, after an overpower being played, with the turn cycle being pitch club, I mean, that's good value. Life totals are basically almost even, and Josh is now in a 4-card hand, so maybe if Jack can draw the Blood Rush Bellow here, kind of take whatever Josh throws on the 4-card hand, and really push back, maybe that's a good window if he has the appropriate hand. So blue check. That's the one thing you check for. And we have a naked swing on 3 cards.
Seems like Jack really want to play it. If they really want to stall the game here,
Yeah.
just block every turn. Or maybe he just waiting for the bug value here.
Oh, we're blocked by 3.
Run through? Okay.
Just doing a bit of filter, it looks like.
Yep, he had probably a less than optimal hand. That's a good chance to do a little bit more than a club if he wants to, but it looks like it's just a club. Which, with 3 cards and he's playing club, I think Alan's right that Jack's playing for a really long game.
Yeah, when I was discussing Warrior with Josh, told me that the Dory deck really has about 15 good, solid threats. Your red, Warrior's Valor, Spoils of War, so on and so forth. Once you go through those, I mean, the power level of the deck drops substantially. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it turns out blue out for blood is not very threatening. So you usually can. The main thing is Jack really has to keep his life up, right? Because where you lose that, blues are very threatening when you're at 3 life, right? Because then you can just die from reaction blues, right? Mm-hmm. And so as long as Jack can keep his life up, get the reds out of Josh's deck. But I think Josh knows what's happening. And I think what's going to happen is he's going to set up a Twinning Blade Supremacy.
Yep.
And, Rhinar without access to like Crown of Seeds or anything like that to really get... If Rhinar doesn't have a D-React in Arsenal on that turn, it's going to be bad. Yep. And that's how Josh can close it.
Yep. Just really setting up them big turns and then hopefully holding the tempo from then on out. Looks like they're having a bit of issues with maybe seeing some cards or something. You see them flipping them around. So hopefully they'll get that resolved.
Yeah, my TTS, sometimes my cards just like, I can't see them in my hand, and what I have to do is I have to pick up a piece of equipment and like drag it through my hand, and then they'll show up. It's really weird. TTS just does that sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, we have our first glistening steel blade. For those of you who don't know, it gives the next on blade attack go again, and every time you hit this turn, it gains a counter. So this is a situation where you really want to make sure that attack does not hit.
That was a very quick block from Jack. Do you suspect that he has a defense reaction in hand?
Oh, if he's blocking that quick, he's very. I would argue he has two.
Yeah.
If he's blocking that comfortably. Yeah, because that was very quick. He didn't have to think about it. He knew exactly what to do. And if Josh can't get over this, yeah. So he took advantage of the go again, which means there was value there. So, but that's one of the scariest cards gone. So,
Yep.
But once again, Jack's gotta be careful. Josh just pitched two glints next to each other. You know, these are the things that Jack's got to be paying attention to because those are going to come back around, and those are the cards that really hurt. And it's the plays of getting those energy potions out, and maybe Time Snap if he's running it. Probably not running Time Snap, but if he is, you know, putting those potions into play for that bigger turn, paying for those extra things, because that stuff gets expensive, right? And the scariest thing is, you know, he pops the potion and plays Steel Blade Supremacy and swings, right? And he still has, you know, 4 cards in hand or something.
That is
like that's this, because you know nothing. You don't know if he has a blue. You don't know. I mean, nothing. And you have to find a way to, you know, you jam your hand down. He glints, twinnings, and then you just die because he keeps hitting you. It's
Yeah, he putting the energy potion means a lot to Dorinthea.
Yep, it's huge. It's huge. Speaking of energy potions, so Jack is saying check. He has a blue. That means this is a threatening turn. This is a very threatening turn now because we have Steel Blade Supremacy. This is it. Jack's best case scenario is if Josh plays a go again card out front. That way he knows. Okay, so this is actually good for Jack because it's less to play around, right?
Yep.
He doesn't have to worry about a glint because a glint would never be played here, and so it's a little bit more telegraphed. So in this situation,
yeah, if he's too. Oh.
Okay, so block even, which means that tells Josh that he does have a defense reaction because nobody's going to block even unless, especially with a supremacy out, nobody's going to block even unless they have a D-react.
Unless they have real guts on it.
Unless they're like, you ain't got it, and they know it, then maybe. But in this situation, I wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah. Just like I won't let you hitting the force of nature and
Exactly.
yeah.
Weighing the options here. See if he wants to throw down an attack reaction. See if he's gonna call, or if he's just gonna fold. He's calling.
It's a good one.
Okay.
I mean, you wait. I mean, you always let their defense reaction resolve first. So even you have let their attack reaction go first.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect blocks by Jack. Took no damage and can still swing club.
Yeah, Just like every turn he wants to do.
Yep. And then what happens is when Dory gets down to about 10 to 8 life, right? That's when, because we're not going to get, if this keeps happening, right? Because if Dory starts blocking, the problem is then she's working with less threatening hands, and then that plays right into Jack's game plan. So Josh, unless he just has the worst hand in the world, cannot block the clubs.
Yep.
But if his life starts getting down to 8 to 10, range, he's going to have to start blocking. And then when that happens, then the game's over. We're not going to get to the part where Josh's whole deck is blue or anything like that, because he's literally going to have to start blocking, and he's going to start attacking with 3-card hands, and then Jack will definitely block exacts and eke out the win there.
Yeah, the problem is if when the good cast from Joshua reduce, the defense reaction also reduce on Jack's side. So, and I think Joshua, he has much experience against the control style. So I think he can set up for a turn to destroy Jack, I guess.
Yep. No, yeah, his win con here is Twinning Blade. That is how he has to get it.
Seems like he want to block with some equipment right now. If he blocks with the equipment, it usually in 1 to 2 turns it will be a very large turn.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he will break his Courage of Black Hole and the Bolters for a very big turn, and I don't see Jack using his arsenal for the whole game, so I presume it is a react.
So he blocked with a red overpower. That's one of the good cards, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's good because Josh was only on a 4-card hand. There's not a lot of that Dory can present that's lethal or that's threatening, while maintaining the ability to arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is the best play, right? Is 6 damage, and Jack knows that, and Jack's about to push something.
Yeah, seems like a Barrage Fellow turn here.
Yeah.
That arsenal's been sitting there very patiently.
Yeah, I can promise you one thing, and this is not a club turn pass. All right, barraging red. Good start. And this is what I like about Fab, right? This is good mid range. Josh had a weak spot, and Jack's taking advantage of it, right?
Yep.
And that's the good back and forth. This is a lot.
Dorinthea.
Yeah, so we have 4 from the. This is coming in for 13, and because Josh will only have 1 card in hand, so unless there's a D-react in Arsenal, this is 13. It's 9 or 13. And Josh is going ahead and saying it's 13 because he's got 1 card.
That's a very good push.
Yep. Yeah. And like I said, when we get to that 8 to 10 threshold on life, that's when Dory has to start blocking, and Jack's basically saying, I'm going to put you there now.
Okay, seems like...
Or at least get all the armor.
Yeah, seems like Joshua also have a very good turn here. He decided to block all his armor.
Yep. Either that or the 1 card that didn't get intimidated was, supremacy or something, a very important card.
Yeah, I presume he will use his courage one or two turn, or even this turn right now.
Yep. There it is. Alan called it. Oh, here we go. Got the blue. That's a check. All right. Free swing. All right. So this is that situation that if you jam your hand down, you die to Twinning Blade.
Yeah, this is a block spell for me.
Yeah.
If I was Jack, because Joshua he pitched 2 glints from the bottom. But yeah, the only thing you scare is the go again, winning play here. I remember Joshua only pitched 1 twinning blade at the bottom.
Yeah, he pitched 1, so there's 2 out there.
Yeah, so it's very likely he holding a twinning blade combo here.
Right. And also, we have to keep in mind that Singing Steelblade can just go get the missing piece of the 2 he doesn't have. So, and he's got the pitch to do whatever he wants.
Yeah. Also, he had to run through. Yeah. Also, he had to run through here, so it's very possible he holds combo here. Ooh. Jack side, no block.
No block.
Stacking his triggers per usual, deciding whether... Oh, yep, he's just going to bolter it.
That's... Because, like, not blocking doesn't play around Twinning Blade, right? Because he can just play it here and swing a 3rd time. So I don't understand not at least blocking 6 on the front, but because this is the exact same situation. Actually, it's the exact same situation +1 and an extra card.
Even harder to play around now.
Right. So I don't know. Maybe Jack's got a plan. Don't know. And he's just blocking Crown. I love it. This is like max disrespectful. Just like, oh yeah, this is your best turn in the game. Here's Crown. Oh man, love it. Love to see it. And he's going to trigger it. So he will sink a card. That's crazy.
What do you think the arsenal is?
It's either Barrage Bellow or Defend Reaction.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a Bellow. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why he don't want to sink his arsenal right here.
Yeah. He said block 2. Well, I guess doing it this way, it does play around the glint, right? Because Josh will have to play the glint before Jack blocks from hand.
Yeah,
although Josh has pitched 2 glints, so it's very unlikely to be glint unless they're Singing Steelblade.
Yeah. Also avoid the Singing Steelblade here.
Yeah. And if Josh passes priority, then Jack just passes and takes 4, and it's not a big deal. So Josh has to make the move first. That's the very important part, is Jack is putting Josh to where he has to provide the information before Jack makes his decision, which is, now that I think about it, maybe eating the Supremacy was the right move. Jack's just on that next level.
Yeah, I mean, if it just turns into only 9 damage, Courage Steelblade turn,
right?
You're happy. There's the 20.
All right, pitch the 20. That's
Push damage.
Jesus.
Inefficient singing steel blade. Interesting.
Oh no, I get it, because Josh knows Jack is a good enough player that if he plays, something, he's just gonna pass, right?
Yeah.
So he knows he's never getting the singing steel blade, and he knows that Jack's about to present a lot of damage. So arsenaling the singing steel blade is terrible.
Hmm.
So I think it was a perfect play from both players, but the problem was it just worked out way better for Jack.
Yeah.
And this is why this can get out of hand.
Double blood rush turn.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Sounds like a double rush here. And 2 triggers from the top. Okay. Discard swing is a good thing, at least. So it's drawing 2, intimidate 1.
Yep, intimidate, draw 2, and all brute attacks specifically, which should be all of Jack's attacks, will gain +2. So now if he can, well, I guess the arsenal could be like a red barraging maybe as well. That wouldn't be terrible. But here, Jack really wants like a wild ride or something that has go again. That would be.
Oh.
We're risking it. We're risking it for the biscuit.
Yeah. He has a gambler's gut. Yes, at least he has other chance.
No.
Oh no.
Live by the scabbies, die by the scabbies.
Oh no. Oh no.
My God.
Okay. Oh. Definitely not a net positive, but it could have been worse. It could have been worse.
Oh.
And the important part is, when you activate Gambler's Gloves, you can't activate it and decide not to roll. So, like, once you roll, you're committed.
Mm-hmm.
You got to do it. So, okay. So now, I guess that basically means that he doesn't have a wild ride. Because if he had a wild ride, he wouldn't try to roll scabbies. So, Josh kind of won huge on that, because now I think worst case here is like an Alpha Rampage. Yeah, like a barraging and then just one big attack, which is still great. I mean, because the barraging is guaranteed to get through if you can trigger into one more Intimidate. But let's see.
One off them ones. Get them out of the way now. Another blood rush.
Oh, I'd love to see. Oh, that is a swing big for 8, 2, and 4. Well, okay, so he can block with those 2 cards, because this will not trigger the other Intimidate. So we have an attack for 10 or 14, depending on whether Josh blocks with 2 cards in hand.
He must block with these 2 cards, I guess. Unless he's very committing, he can do it.
Yeah,
does Jack pitching pummel this game?
I haven't seen one. No, he has blocked with them. Yeah, he's blocked with some pummels. So yeah, pummel is a.
I think he blocked with the yellow pummels here.
Yeah.
How big brain would it be for him to roll scabbies to distract the thought of pummel, because he wanted to attack twice, but really he didn't want the action points. He just wants to play one attack and pummel it.
That's millennium brain right there. Like
that is like genius if that's what he does.
Oh my God.
If this year, this should be the top 10 plays of the history.
Oh, easy. Yeah, I'm gonna roll scabbies. I don't even want it. I'm just gonna pummel. Oh, that would be insane. Please pummel it, Jack, please. He's got tunic counter up. There's nothing holding him back. It could be a red card. It don't matter.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
That is the best play in the game. Oh my! Jack is just max disrespecting. Rolls scabby.
is it? It should be that. Or,
No, it's a yellow.
It's a yellow.
It's a yellow. He's off by 1
Oh.
because it's 4. It goes from 14 to 17, and he blocked. He blocked with 1 from
If he
Racers.
didn't block with the 1, he would have died.
Oh my god! So he literally did the camouflage with the scabbies. That is insane.
And the funny
Yeah,
thing is, I mean, he technically could have pivoted with a Barraging Bighorn as well if he did roll
I think
for 2 action points because he had the yellow pummel.
But isn't the pummel just better? Like,
yeah,
maybe not.
I think in this case because it's hidden and it'll guarantee.
Oh my god, it was so hidden.
Way,
like
very powerful.
Oh, good play, Jack. And now the problem is Josh is at 1. There's no way he's killing him on 12, and every club is 2 cards. The first one he'll get out of jail free because it's skull cap, but after that, every club is 2 cards.
Yeah, I think if Jack plays more than 1 the reckless wing, then he can block very passively. Yeah, and just wait for the reckless wing here.
Oh, that works too. Yeah.
Yeah. And pick off the counter from Dombay is very relevant right here.
Yep. So with that card, I mean, he's definitely going to club next turn, right? To get a card at least.
Yeah.
And skull cap. Oh, that was the best pummel I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Roll scabbies. You know what? Don't need it. Got him. Woo.
This is the best play I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's so big brain. It is just huge. Like I saw it coming. I was like, what if? And there it was. All right, so this is 1 card in the skull cap guaranteed. That puts Josh on a 4-card hand to present lethal to Jack, which won't happen. And then if he does the exact same thing he did on the last turn, this turn, then it'll be 2 cards. And now Josh is playing on a 3-card hand for the rest of the game. And I never like saying that somebody's out, but I mean I think that might do it.
Yeah, with 12 health as a buffer. Like,
right. If it was like 6, then it's anybody's game.
Yeah.
Because you could just mess up a block and that's all it takes against Dory. But here, it's a very rough spot.
Here.
When you see the 2-card block, you know you're in trouble.
The 2-card block, yeah. I died to that once on stream.
I think 2-card block is reasonable right here because he can second sort attack unless he is holding a Iron Song respawn, and otherwise he need to give out his arsenal right here. So blocking 6 is quite reasonable.
I'm thinking if he does a 2-card block, it
reckless swing, yeah.
Yeah.
Blocking 9 here though is good too, because I mean that's he's gonna get the swing club, and that'll start getting 2 cards, and then it's just Jack's game to win. So this is the last turn that Josh has to put Jack at like a dangerous life, which him overblocking by 3 with only access 2 cards and 1 resource is kind of asking a lot.
Yeah, and the goal against card will eventually run out, so he has to do something.
Oh, that's a good. Okay. All right, we got a biting blade. For those of you who don't know, it's basically one of the very few ways to come in with an odd number at 4 because it gives +3. And then the reprise is basically the same as Out for Blood. So this will come in. It keeps the +1 from the biting blade, so it'll come in for 4. And he still has 1 floating and did not use bracers, which is an indication.
I think he used all 3 resources. He's cracking his.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, because he would have to. Yeah, so he has no resources and 1 card in hand. So I think Jack has to just take this.
Yep.
So that way. What?
I guess he wants to play it safe.
But I mean, I'd rather get 2 cards, me personally. But
yeah. But I think Joshua, he played Think Below before. So.
Oh, okay. So Jack's just playing the reckless swing. He's just saying, we'll keep doing this dance until I draw the card and.
That makes sense.
Yeah. That's what separates the good players from the even better players. Good discipline, knowing your win con, and executing it well.
No, doesn't have the reckless.
Now this turn. So easy, block 9. If Josh doesn't present anything crazy, then you club, get 2 cards, and call it a day.
Yep.
And even after that big play from Josh on the last turn, I mean, Jack only lost 1 life. So, it didn't really change anything. Didn't get a counter, nothing. So we have a pump of 6 going to
11, 2 over.
11, 2 over, but no. Oh, he does have to go again from spoils. And he does have 1 pitch to swing.
For 5?
It'll be 5, yeah. 1 from bracers, 1 from out for blood, and 3 from the down blade. So coming in for another 5.
I do think Jack can't block right here, otherwise he will lose the game. Yeah, he have to take some damage.
And then get the 2 cards out of his hand and put Josh on a 2-card hand. Sounds good to me.
Unless Josh holding a Think Below right here.
Yeah, that would be super lucky. Super lucky. Yeah, and that card only blocked for 2 anyway, so this is definitely the right play. All right, can Josh rip the sink off top? Can he do it? Clearly not, or he would have jammed that thing down so fast. so Josh clearly did not get it. So now he's deciding what 2 cards, which means literally his next turn, the maximum damage will be 6, because he will have to pay to pitch for, or 7 because he has a counter. So he'll pitch for Dawnblade and then hold a mystery card, and that can pump 3. Or I guess technically if it's singing, because so maximum damage next turn is actually 8 if it's singing Stillblade.
Jack must be very close to another reckless swing. He only has 24 cards left in deck.
Yeah, and he's only played 1.
Oh, he did have the sink.
What took him so damn long? That's really good for Josh.
Declining to sink too. Ooh.
Oh, that's so scary.
That's very scary.
Jack needs that reckless swing right here. He desperately needs it. Like yesterday, he needs it. Oh, and he's shaking his hand on his TTS, so he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it.
2-card block?
Is it the 2-card block?
Nope. He doesn't have it.
He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. Oh no. Block 9. Is it singing Stillblade?
I think Josh still have 1 sink in his deck. So
You think he has another one in hand? No, he would have sunk it. He would have sunk it if that was the case.
Or he could put it in Arsenal and then...
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And he'll have a 4-card hand for the win.
Oh, he drew 3 blue beveraging pick on.
Alright. Jack's got 1 more shot to get it. Get that. Alright, so this demands 2 cards unless Josh has the sink. which there's only one left, I believe.
Oh, geez.
Oh
there
my
it is.
god. Ripping it.
And he's
Ripping it. Oh man. Oh, the best thing Jack could have seen was him actually sinking.
Yeah.
That's a little less scary. All right, Jack is not shaking his mouse, so I think he got the reckless swing. I think this might be the last turn.
Two card
Do we
block.
see a 2-card block? 2-card block?
There's two.
There's
that's
two.
barraging.
It's a non-tack.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no. One day. It's coming.
Oh, man. This is nuts.
Josh really has to push over here. Like, he's getting lucky on these sinks, but they're gone now. So every turn from now on, it's 2 cards from that club, and
Okay.
Josh can't maintain that.
I think Jack is happy to see this situation right here because he don't have any stick. And
Yep.
and Joshua Arsenal isn't good enough to get full 3 damage. So
Yep.
more than 3 damage. And he
Yep.
doesn't his Storm Bay also doesn't have
A counter.
counter.
Yep. This is as good of a Kodachi lock as you can do with Brute. And effectively, it's the same thing, if you really break it down.
Oh.
Grabbing 2 cards, this is it.
Yeah,
So it puts him on a 3-card hand. Yeah, I think this is how Dora gets locked out of the game.
Anything can get Joshua out from this game.
I can't think of a card that wins it. I mean, you don't have enough resources and cards to take advantage of Twinning Blade. Glistening Steelblade is a blank card now because it doesn't pump any. Like, the only way Jack loses this game is if he blocks wrong. And he has to block really wrong.
Yeah.
But if he just blocks 9 every single turn, and then play the Reckless when he gets it. All right, let's see if we've got 2 cards. 2 cards.
I think we'll see 2 cards naturally here. Unless double
And then
3 pumps, 1 from arsenal, 1 from hand. 2, and it's a barraging.
Oh. I mean, my thought process is like, why risk it, I guess? Unless he has a D-React in hand.
Yeah.
Like, because if that's double Iron Song or like
Yeah,
a Stroke and Iron Song, like, you get blown out, right?
that's true. Yeah.
Or you don't get blown out, but now you're at 1 life, which is not a comfortable place. So, unless one of those is Reckless Swing or a D-React, I think you got to block 9 here. And just keep doing the club business.
Oh.
Is he thinking about adding 1 more? I think he's still deciding on the block.
Okay.
So now that is actually lethal if that card in Arsenal's worth 3 damage. And he gets an Iron Song response red. Or okay, that works. So he's got a hit.
Yeah.
So
And then he's thought that thought that's a tuning blade. That would be huge.
see, Jack is just a genius because if he would have blocked 9, like I said.
Yeah, I think he just blocked the weapon plus 3.
Ooh.
Yes.
These are over by 1.
Should have blocked 9. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, so it's second 1.
All this, and he just gets Reckless Swing.
Yeah.
Oh, do it, Jack. Do it.
So he's taking one, and I think he used all of his Iron Song respawn right here.
He's taking one, but he can swing again. But that only gets one more card out of Jack's hand. So it's the same thing, actually. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Let's shut it down. Jack knows what he's doing. He's the pummel master.
Yeah. I think I would rather save it for the next attack if I really want to block. Because, yeah, you can take a card from their arsenal by just losing 1 health.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe better.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because he would have had to pitch to swing. Yep. That's a good point. And then he'd been on 2 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the advantage is still on Jack's side, I think.
Well, Jack's only got 15 cards. That reckless swing has got to be in the next hand. It has to be.
Yeah. But I see the chat room, they say that Jack only pay 1 reckless swing. So.
Does he only play 1?
I don't know. Maybe. But it's not. It looks like because if he has more than 1, he should do it earlier.
Yeah, because he's already played 1. So if he's only running 1, there's not 1 in there, and he's gonna get decked out.
He's on 15 cards, 16.
And Josh has 20. Yeah. If Jack doesn't have another reckless swing, he might get decked out.
Yeah.
Talk about a classic battle. Tell you what. It's 2 cards. And Josh will probably just swing Naked Downblade.
Okay, so it's back to the cycle.
Yeah, I think blocking 6 here is probably pretty safe. Gotta worry about overpower. He's played 1, blocked with 1. Don't know if he runs 3.
Yeah, red overpower here would be amazing.
It'd be juicy. Yep. No, I think that's why Jack. Well, if Jack doesn't have a second reckless swing, he can't keep blocking 9. Like he's gonna run out of cards very quickly.
Kind of tempted to say he doesn't have 1 if he doesn't have it this hand. I mean,
Oh man, that's
12 cards left in deck. I mean,
you can't block 9 every turn if you got 12 cards. You just can't afford it. That means literally, if he doesn't have another reckless swing, Jack's only win con is to block 6, make it out without taking damage. Arsenal like a barraging beatdown, or not. It can't even be barraging. It needs to be like a pummel or something.
Yep.
And then be able to like get more than 2 cards out of Josh's hand somehow, and then keep that rotation for about 2 turns.
Ooh,
That's it.
He's blocking for free.
That is great.
Okay, he said you ain't got it.
And I think Jack doesn't have any defense reaction. So, oops. So we put it on the bottom. Okay.
Ooh, over by 1.
Oh. So Jack has to block with 2 hands.
Okay, but it still means that he takes 1 and he blocks with 1 more card, so he still keeps 2 cards, which was the goal, and only took 1 damage doing so. So that's definitely worth. Oh, it comes in for 5.
Mm-hmm.
What?
As a run through.
Oh, the next. Oh, that sucks for Jack. Yeah, that's not good. We counted Josh out.
Yeah,
Counted
at least
Josh
Josh
out.
doesn't have a arsenal, so it's I don't. But being 3 life and 4 life is such a difference because
Yeah, huge difference. Yeah.
any attack reaction can kill. Unless you remember his pitch stack, then you can find 1 turn to block 3 only.
He shuffled with singing Stillblade, so
Yeah, so he need to start to remember, right?
right.
Yeah, and
there's 2 cards.
And the remaining cards should be red or should be yellow or blue in Joshua deck.
All right, we'll see a naked Downblade at least.
Yeah, and Joshua still have 1 energy potion in his deck. So that would be a bad news. Yeah.
Block 6, call it a day.
Yeah.
I mean, if he could block 1 here and get away with it, it's like, well, like he needs the security of a D-React, right? If he has a D-React in hand, it's easy. You just block 3, and then like you present like an attack for, another club, and then you arsenal that D-React. Now you do the exact same thing, only blocking 1 card, and when you have that safety of the D-React, you just, it's night and day. But Jack's running out of cards, right? Like he can't keep respecting. He's got 9 cards in deck, and Josh has 17. So I just don't know how many times you can overblock.
It's either this turn or the next turn, but
right.
Jack,
I think
I'm sorry.
You need to only block 1 card and
right.
Yeah, right now maybe is the best to do.
Yeah, he was just looking through Josh's graveyard to see if he can get away with 1 block.
Right.
Oh, no.
Yeah, okay. He said next turn is the turn. Blue Wrecker Romp comes in for 6, so effectively 6 is no different than coming in for 4 because it's just 2 cards in Warrior. Does keep a card if that's a D-React, which is highly unlikely, but maybe it's like a big attack. I don't know. Because now it's going to be a lot harder to gamble on a 1 card block when Josh has 2 hidden cards instead of 1.
Ooh.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Got him!
What?
Got him!
That's coming.
That's why we play Flesh and Blood. That is why we do it. Holy cow. We counted Josh out.
Yeah.
And he finds a way. Oh my goodness.
So I'm guessing he just didn't have another reckless swing.
Yeah. There's no way. He went through all his cards. Like twice. Oh, what a game!
With this? Oh. Yeah, the last turn is the only turn that Jack can block.
Wait, he had Alpha Rampage, so Jack could have one blocked, played Alpha.
Yeah, there should be one.
Yeah, and then he wouldn't have been able to play Nourishing. So if he would have one blocked there, he had it. Dang. Oh, with the Nourishing.
Yeah, that took a while to get to. I don't think he pitched it at any time or.
All right, we are back. Hello.
I'm not gonna lie, John.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
About 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes before it ended, we were like, "Yep, Jack's got this." After the biggest brain pummel play I've ever seen.
Yes.
I would ask though the biggest question, Jack.
Yeah.
After you failed on your scabbies and thought for like a solid 60 seconds, I was like, "Guys, what if he did the scabbies to think he was trying to attack twice, but in the end he just wants to pummel?" Was that the original plan, or was that this is also good and just like a backup?
This is just a backup.
Oh, okay.
Because romping clubbed for extra damage.
Point, I can arsenal the pummel and I can swing solid club for 7, I guess.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, it was still great, no matter what.
And I think I still got the tunics there, so I can have another swing break with the pummel and the tunics with just one blue piece.
Oh wow, that's good.
I originally wasn't gonna block with my bracers. I was like, well, it doesn't really matter if I'm on. I might as well save it for later. I was like, okay, fine, I'll just block with my bracers. And then, boom, yellow pummel comes in, puts me. I'm like, okay, well, sometimes you get lucky as warrior. You're like, well, I might as well throw my bracers in front of it. So, okay.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah. So the whole endgame sequence was very interesting, though, because I figured out pretty quickly he didn't have a second reckless swing, but then I was on 1. So as soon as I lost all my sync blows, he was getting 2 cards out of my hand, and I was like, okay, I just have to I was thinking, how do I win this game? Like
you just keep trying to pressure me with
yeah.
I think there's a consecutive 4 turns with Waiter, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, the deck currently has 22 sources of Gogen, so I'm 85% to have one. So
yeah,
having it back to back is not unusual, but yeah, that was okay. That's a pretty nuts game, though. I'm good. I'm glad that was on the show match.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm standing up now.
So Jack, on the last turn, we were debating on whether block 1 card or 2, and you had the Alpha Rampage in hand. So what was the decision process on just covering up 3-on-3? Obviously, you died to a red D react or a red attack reaction, but if Alpha came out,
I mean, if I block with 1 and he got I've tried to search his graveyard. I think he still got 1 red Iron Song response.
Oh, okay.
And I forgot another card, but it is our +3. Yeah, Alpha Blood. Yeah. And so I with the 15 or 17 cards left, I don't dare to risk that. So I just play safe, and I block with 2 cards. I get 1 Arsenal and for the Alpha Rampage, and I pitch a blue to chip out 2 cards from him and try to save for the next turn. If it looks like this, for another turn, I will get another blue, 6 attack card for my Alpha Rampage to discard, and it blocks 2 cards, so I can intimidate twice and attack for 9.
Gotcha. Okay. Well played, both of you. That was a very entertaining.
Well, I won't say that, but yeah, thank you.
I think Alex wants to say something.
Yeah, sure.
Alex, I have moved you here. You said you have something to say?
No, I just want to help commentate Nom's match.
Okay, sure. That sounds good. What would a Nom match be without Nathan and Alex teaming up on him?
I'm just gonna rip a box.
Sure.
That was crazy.
I got a box from the draft today, so I'm just gonna rip it.
Sure. Have fun with it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna move you back. All right, take care. GG, thanks for the game.
Yeah, very good game indeed.
That match was nuts.
Of course, all of Josh's Warrior games are to the wire.
We thought you lost. I had Jack pegged on that yellow pummel that was cycling, and if you guys had kept in that, it was very similar to a Starvo mirror match, where if you had kept in the cycle that you were in, he blocks 2 cards, arsenals the pummel, then the next turn he blocks 2 cards and he can play the pummel. You have no defense left in your deck, so like you can't you get pummel locked essentially. And so I thought you were dead. I was like, Josh needs to win on this turn. He either needs a route or something similar, and you had the Nourishing Emptiness, and I was like, oh.
I only had 1 route in my deck, and I used it on turn 1, unfortunately. But, Nourishing Emptiness, good card. Can always rely on that card.
Absolutely.
Anyways, let's pull up the match 4 head-to-head graphic, and let's run through this.
Got it.
All right, Nathan, you want to talk about this one? If you have it open.
Hello, Nathan. Are you there? I don't think Nathan is here.
He's not. I will.
Sorry. I had to step away. Sorry, I had to refill my coffee and go to the bathroom. What I missed?
I'm saying we have the match 4 graphic, or game 4 graphic up, if you wanted to talk about it.
Yeah.
Or I can run through it. So we got Nom against Pudding, Oldhim against Phi. So traditionally, Oldhim is a brick wall against ninjas. We will see if Phi fares any differently.
Oldhim got their 3 blocks back.
That's it. Autumn's touch.
That is true.
And Phi is a brand new piece of work.
Okay.
Both of these players very, very experienced on these respective heroes, so this should be very interesting. Nom, of course, is the Dallas-Fort Worth calling champion. He won it on Oldhim, and recently he got top 4 at the Team Blitz event with Alex. Very well done.
On Oldhim.
He also won on Oldhim, and he also won a ProQuest recently. Pudding, of course, is no slouch either. He got top 4 at the Nationals in 2021. Very talented player and a dedicated ninja player. So, of course, it's nice to see him take Phi to battle here. I'm very, very interested to see what approach he takes to building Phi.
Yeah.
And I'm just super excited to see what's going on. All right, so let's just jump into the game and let's tell these guys we're ready to go.
One thing in Nom's advantage is Pudding does not have cute cats. So that might be one thing.
That is true.
That might be one thing that Nom can leverage.
This might be a make or break.
That's it. They come in clutch,
There we go. All right, I've told the players that we are ready to go.
First thing I'm going to be looking for is what weapons he flips over.
Almost certainly it's going to be Searing Ember Blade, I presume, right?
No, some people have been doing some Kadachian.
Yep.
So
I'd love to see it.
So he looks like he's not even starting with the Phoenix Flame in the graveyard. He's just putting it. Well, he's next to it. His hero, maybe.
Yeah, he's going to put it in there when the game starts.
Yep. I remember that Pudding does like to have his hero on the far left slot, and then his Kadachi's in the middle and right. I remember that was that was a stylistic choice of his.
Oh, no.
He is the guy, he won't follow the instruction.
Yeah.
That used to play with your lands up front, and then they banned him on stream from having to do that. If they ever told Pudding he had to put his hero in the middle, he would be lost.
Oh no!
He would be like, no. Oh, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here
in
we
this
go.
matchup, it actually makes perfect sense because, like, when are you actually getting your match trigger, right?
Wait. Why is Nom playing Stalagmite?
I don't know. Let's discover.
I think that means he's going aggro.
I think he's going to be attacking.
Okay.
This old Tim ain't messing around. He's going to smack.
Yeah.
All
See
right.
if his 8 damage can keep up with 5's 20 damage.
Grandpappy found his walking cane. Let's go.
Oh no, pitch stack starting already.
We go Searing Ember Blade.
All right, so we got regular stuff. The spices we got Stag and Pouncing Lynx. And
we also have the chess piece for the Draconic chess piece.
Yep.
I guess Tunic is a little bit enables some bigger plays.
Yeah, a lot of people are going toward the Tunic unless they just need the block for the matchup, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a huge fan of Tunic over the chess piece. The chess piece doesn't provide enough value, especially if you're playing against Oldhim. You're just not going to have the ability to activate it hardly ever.
Yep. I think you run it in the mirror match to stop the other person's Mask of Momentum and stuff like that, using the block in that way. But in this matchup, I mean, 2 blocks not going to stop whatever on-hit effect is coming, so there's not really a relevant thing there.
I think important to note also, Crown of Seeds Rampart is extremely strong against Kodachis, but with the Ember Blade, this Stalagmite actually might be the correct choice, because the Ember Blade is very, very resource intensive.
A very good turn 1 for Putin. He got the Flame Core Awakening for the first player.
It's very important card.
Yeah. To make your graveyard head 2 to 3 Phoenix Flame in the early game is very important.
Yep.
By not drawing them from the hand.
I'm also curious to see how many attack reactions we'll see out of the fight deck. And how effective these Phoenix Flames are at just chipping 1 point of damage through. This is the point where I would expect Nom to activate his Crown of Seeds, but
I mean, the one thing that you can look at it is, like, without Rampart, right? It does nullify the scariness of Liquefy because it no longer has, like, a super strong target, right? Because like he can get rid of Crown, sure, it's not that big of a deal because he's not getting that much value out of Crown anyway.
Yep.
So maybe Nom's onto something. Maybe we don't give him enough credit.
Well, we got our job is to give him crap. So
that's a fact. That's a fact.
You got to keep the bar low. That way, when he wins.
Great play by Nom denying that Arsenal card that we know.
Definitely.
Now, with that being said, it does resolve, right? And then he still has to put 1 on top. So, okay, it's he did get bamboozled, but the big thing is Pudding is still getting an Arsenal card no matter what.
Yep.
The question is, it's actually a really good trade for Nom because he was gonna swing Emberblade because he had the 2-pitch floating, and now Pudding has to make the decision on arsenaling or swinging the blade. He doesn't get both. So it prevented 3 damage and denied something, which is exactly where you want to be on value.
Also, fun fact, not a fun fact, but just kind of note after this very first turn, if you look at the card usage, Pudding has gone through 5 cards plus a Phoenix Flame, and Nom literally has 2 cards in his graveyard. So the card usage versus damage that's actually coming in, very, very, very very heavily favored in Oldham's direction, which is usually going to be the case. But
the one thing I don't like about the D-React move on Nom's part is he pitched Channel Lake Frigid, which is easily like in this matchup specifically, it's easily the best card.
And if he's trying to Ice Hammer here, I would assume that that's just an ice card in his hand. So I would have much rather kept the Channel Lake.
Yeah. Yep. Those are facts.
Do you think he put some sort of defense reaction in his arsenal here, or do you think he put an attack that he's gonna want to use later?
What is happening? All right, Nom, you lost all the credit we gave you right there with that microwaved warm ass hammer.
That was a pitch stacked Oakenrold though.
That hammer had a tan. Jesus.
If he thinks he's going to see his
whale or
pitch
something.
Yeah.
Oh man! Somebody get the sunscreen. Jeez.
All right, let's see if I can keep the pressure up. I'm kind of curious as to how well it there's a lot of things you have to think about when building Fi. You have these cards that require another Draconic attack to go again. Just kind of like the blade does, and then you have things that require it to be the fourth chain link to actually have an effect. You have this rupture effect, so there's actually a pretty specific way you have to build Fi because you have to keep ratios in mind. So not only do you have to have a color ratio with like blue and your red cards, you also have to have a ratio of actual cards in your deck that do combo together. So I think it's going to be quite difficult to build effectively.
Well, Crown is good at stopping the fourth damage on mounting anger for sure, at a minimum.
Sure. And do you know if built this deck as kind of a Phoenix form type of deck, combo deck, or is it more like a straight up aggro deck, or what?
I think he built this deck for a straight up aggro plan, but he also put some cards against the control deck. You can see that the mask of this mask.
Yep, not Mask of Momentum. Yeah, this. Yep, yeah.
Yeah, the other mask is doing also very insane in the match. This deck in aggro side, it can put a lot of damage. I think it just shortened the turn. As if you need to describe, I think it's even quicker than the Lightning Briar on the non-nerf.
It's faster than Lightning Briar. Okay, that is pretty fast. All right,
it's pretty insane, this deck, but against Ohim, I don't know what it will perform. Yeah, we'll see that.
Yep, we'll see how it goes.
All right, with that Belittle coming down, I tell you, there's one. If this is a blue minnowism, I'm looking out for Art of War right here. I don't know about you guys. Art of War would be pretty good right here.
Now I'm choosing low block here. Ooh.
Or not. Okay.
Yep, he's just taking 3 there. So it's even at 30.
This is what, an attack for 1?
Yep.
Yep.
I think Nam's just saying I have Spinal Crush in my hand or Fused Oakenrold or something. I mean,
he's like, I don't care. I'm just not going to block. Do what you want to do.
Yep.
Yeah, so
give him the Stalagmite if it looks rough.
Combo here.
And it's actually like Nam's plan is fitting well against Pudding's plan as far as like, he doesn't have to worry about a mash trigger, right? So he can do these things, whereas that wouldn't be an option if he didn't.
Yep. That's kind of some game theory, is that like
right.
That the Fi basically has to run the other mask. Well, if that's the case, then you could get away with things like a more aggressive Ultim or Stalagmite or stuff like that, not having an arsenal, etc. Yeah. So we see Nam taking a bunch of damage this turn. So that was Belittle into Brand into Belittle. So that's 4 Draconic Chain Links. Gonna get his Phoenix Flame back. It makes a lot of sense to put the Phoenix Flames next to the hero.
It does.
You're gonna pull them all the time anyways, right?
Right.
Yep. All right, looks like
with armor here. There's no need.
I'm not
anything.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering here. I'm not scared of the rupture attack reaction.
Yeah, that's what you need to say everything for. Well, that's what I was saying earlier. Is like liquefy. I mean, there's like not a threat to hit it with.
Interesting. Look, are we gonna get a mask usage here? Do you think What do you think is he searching for? Is he searching for more Phoenix Flames or?
I don't have a clue.
Sort the route, I guess.
Or you can search a Rupture card like Lava Burst. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
that makes sense. Just an additional 5 damage.
Yep. So I guess mass trading for 5 is not bad.
That's pretty good.
Better than Goliath Gauntlet.
Yeah, I wish I had a piece of equipment that said deal 5.
Yep.
I think this is one of the arguments for blocking with Stalagmite on the last Phoenix Flame.
It's just too risky.
Summon in. Oh no, he pitched it. Never mind. Yeah, that does make some sense there.
But like, if he's boxed with Stalagmite, that'll just happen the next turn.
He started the turn at 33, so he took 17 damage that turn.
I better see some tempo.
No, it's Spinal Crush. I guarantee it.
That's 2 floating.
Yeah, he's got 2 floating. We got a pummel here. We got a pummel.
We got a pummel coming here.
But the problem here is like Pudding's just going to dump his whole hand, and there'll be minimal damage in the turn cycle, and he'll be up 14 life. Like,
I do think Pudding only want to block 2 hands to play out the pummel here, and I think it's okay because the crush triggers anyway.
Right.
So
you block 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's even better because you can bait out the pummel, right?
Yep.
Here comes
7 damage. Discard a card.
13 damage here.
And the Ember Blade and Toss should be.
Yep.
Most likely.
Yep.
I think it's a good trade.
Yep.
Even
sometimes just swinging with your weapon gets work done, as we saw last match.
Did y'all notice the even bigger than that he pitched?
Yeah, that's the best card in the game.
Pretty cool.
Because if you dump all the hand, then they can save the pummel for the next turn and the turn next. So
that is also a really good card he's pitching. This looks like a pummel.
Oh man,
this looks like he drew a very bad hand.
Well, no, but like,
no, never mind.
You have to understand what Nom is.
The thing I disagree with though is like, I would rather have Blizzard and Arsenal than them have a Frostbite.
Yes, exactly.
100%.
So like, warm that baby up, and I don't know.
Maybe he has a Blizzard in Arsenal. Maybe you do too.
That would be something, wouldn't it?
Oh, is this the Spreading Flames card? The +1?
Here we go.
Use that stack.
Yep. So if the combat chain gets out of control here, we could see a lot of damage from this card.
What's happening?
Okay.
Crown is so bad when you don't have Rampart.
He's going to use his legs this turn.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I knew that. I was just testing you guys.
All good.
Did we pass the test?
Did we pass?
Yeah. Good job.
All right. Giving another Frostbite token here.
Yep. Trying to make
really respecting the power of Spreading Flames. Yep.
Yeah.
This is one of the key cards for the Go Wide Ninja.
2 blues in hand. Well, it's a good turn to have 2 blues in hand.
Yep. In comes Searing Ember Blade.
For free.
Probably just taking 3 here unless he has cards he can get rid of in hand. Because if he can keep tempo, then 5 is going to struggle the rest of this game with his life total getting so low.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he wants to use the... Okay.
Okay, alright. Sink below.
Digging for that spinal.
Do you not want to try to sink below the next card? Oh, I just had 3 blues in hand.
Yep.
So 1 go again, then I'm assuming a Rupture card in Arsenal. After the Phoenix Flame comes back.
It's a 2 because he has a Spreading Flames.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He could probably just go and get value out of the feet here on this Phoenix Flame, if I guess.
Did he block with Crater Fist, or did he take it?
He took it.
He motioned that he was going to block and pulled it back, and then took 2.
And this is coming for free.
This is coming for 3?
Yeah, because
plus 1 spreading flames.
And the Tiger show.
The second attack.
What?
Yeah, does Tiger Stripe only trigger on power?
It only triggers 2 or less. Yeah.
Oh man. Uh-oh.
Can't be prevented, so
if he
can see. Huh.
That's very big.
Yeah, this is a giant turn here. We'll see if he can get any more cards out of Nam's hand, though.
Still has those boots he can block with.
Mm-hmm.
Better throw them out there and get that value. There you go.
There we go. Blocking for 4. Looks like Cody's gonna
dodging another attack, which is really good there.
Yeah. Those tome turns, they don't mess around.
Mm-hmm.
But Nam just threw in half his armor and is down on life. So.
If he can present some sort of tempo here,
he needs a spinal so bad.
Yeah, then he still has the stalagmite as backup. So the face is quite good.
That is quite good.
We're good. I've heard. Draconic who?
Mm-hmm. This basically shuts off Go again on the Emberblade, right?
Yes, it shuts off everything. He can't go get Phoenix Flames for free. He can't, it does everything.
All right.
Because it doesn't get discounted or anything. But maybe this is the hand. He has a bunch of belittles and stuff. Yeah. It just doesn't matter.
Next turn is a tunic turn as well, so we could maybe see another pummel.
This does not revolve around Draconic anything, so this is unaffected by erase. No, it does say card with
the ability is not going to work.
So it's just a 1 for 4 Go again.
Good old leg tap.
Good old leg tap.
A very close game though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can he banish the 0 cost attack here?
No, he can't because it's not.
It's not going to be Draconic. Yep.
Well, if it's 0, he can still do it because he has 0 Draconic chain links. Oh, it says less than. It doesn't say equal or less than. Okay, so yeah, it's blank effect, no effect.
And he doesn't control any Draconic chain links.
Yeah. All right, so Nam's got to pick a spot. And it has to be this next turn. If he doesn't have any disruption in his hand, this is going to be. It's going to be rough.
That's quite good here.
Yep.
That sink below is going to save him a lot of damage this turn, and then he can save the stalagmite potentially for the next attack if he tries to attack big, slow him down, and then hit him with a attack that threatens his life total.
Well, he's got Tiger Paw, so at 9, you're not getting to life total threatened, but he can throw a spinal and just force cards.
Yeah. You just get in that tempo phase.
Yeah.
When your life total gets that low.
It's kind of this, but if he blocks with 1 more card, his options go down drastically.
Definitely. Might just be an Ice Hammer next turn.
He needs a Channel Lake Frigid. That's what he really needs.
Yes. Absolutely.
Like, I would be perfectly okay with just Channel Lake Frigid Arsenal. Like that. Perfectly okay with it.
Inflame. When you attack with Inflame, turn a Phoenix Flame from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty good.
But Phoenix Flames this turn come in for 0 because he has no Draconic chain links.
Correct. So. They're just red pitch.
Yep. That is all they are.
Which he can pitch here and attack with sword with the Phoenix Flame, so.
The downside of that is it puts a Phoenix Flame back into the deck. That's the one downside.
Back into the deck? What do you mean? By pitching it. Yeah. But if he has all 3, the ability to get all 3 back in a turn is few and far between.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tiger Paw is active, so it is 1. Ooh. Look at that.
At least it deals 1 damage.
That works.
And he can. Yep.
That
1 damage
works.
is 1 damage. Oh my goodness.
The rise up is coming from.
He doesn't have any chain links. Or no, it says chain
It
link.
rupture is
Oh
just.
my goodness. Okay,
Yeah.
so it has dominate.
You know, there's another style of deck that plays like a traditional ninja, but uses rupture. So you Kadachi play something and then rupture. That was another style that could have.
No, he controls a Phoenix Flame, so it's twice the number.
Twice.
So it's 5. It's 5 dominate.
Correct.
This card is the key of beating the control.
Yep.
Rise Up is a very, very important card. It's a finisher.
But I won't have an arsenal here, which is pretty relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So if he can block with 1 card here, only take a couple points of damage, he'll have Hammer Swing and then Stalagmite Tunic with... oh my god, Channel Lake Frigid again.
No. Well, does he have an ice card? Because if he doesn't have an ice card, he can't even play it.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, in that situation, I would block with the Channel Lake Frigid if my hand, like if I don't care about the hand card and if I can't play the Channel Lake Frigid, block with the hand card and then Warm Hammer the Frostbite in, or Warm Hammer the Winter's Wail in, just to do some damage. Get an arsenal because I'll have Tunic for Crown next turn, and my opponent doesn't have an. You just try to steal tempo that way.
Yeah, because now Pudding has full tempo. With Tunic counter up.
Right, you didn't present any damage, which is not good.
That's not where
when your opponent's at 9.
What type of situation are we looking to use Snapdragon Scalers on? When you have double rupture cards? Is that
no? There's some cards that require like draconic chain links previously, and if you get a handful of those, it's a get out of jail free.
Yeah, Snapdragons are just get out of jail free card in this matchup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like Lava Vein Loyalty, or like Blazing, like that one right there. Like if you didn't have another red card or something, you could just play it outright and snap it. So
take 2 here. Give him a Frostbite. Probably has a blue for Emberblade. He can get punished pretty good here if he doesn't have a blue.
He
could take the Tunic mana before the Frostbite resolves.
He would still have to pitch both of his cards in his hand if they're red to play the Emberblade, but
he could do another 0 for 3 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then Phoenix Flame on the end.
Using the second charge of Stalagmite does make the offense much more straightforward for Pudding, though. Way less things to calculate.
All right, this is Nom's. Nom's turn.
Oh, we move an arsenal. Yeah, this is big.
This is his chance.
Red Thunderquake is an interesting card.
If Nom just hammers here, he's toast.
Play Channel Lake Frigid. Do it.
He can't just hammer here. It's not good enough. Oh my! Nom, your pitch.
The roll in 2 seconds.
Oh my god! I was about to kill him.
We were like, what a tease!
Oh man!
All right, so with the Tiger arms plus Tunic, that's still only 6 block.
6. He would take 3 plus 3 cards out of his hand.
Yep.
Random cards, which is
yes
the good part. So
and then Nam also has a 5-card hand to return with because he's going to arsenal the Pulse and Crown of Seeds it away, and so this is
Rise
huge.
Up being blocked.
This is huge.
Yep.
He's going to go to 3, lose 2 random cards. 2 left to work with. Does have tunic counter left though, so that's going to help him if he rips the blues out of his hand. Keep that one.
Okay. So that definitely helped Nam for sure. And now he could even have the option of like crowning offensively and then basically having the energy potion.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely.
So there's a lot of situations where you probably just eat this. Like this is example, Josh, right here. That one requires 2 draconic chain links, and he can just snap this and do another 0 for 3 if he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
If he can't find a way to present lethal here, this game's probably over. Unless Nam's hand is just absolute doo-doo.
Yeah, I mean, you could throw Craterfish that works. It's full block.
Mm-hmm.
And erase face is not what you want to be doing with 4 cards. So
No, absolutely not.
I would love a red Thunderquake.
He's pitching a glacial, so he's got to have a big attack coming.
There we go. That's tempo on a stick right there. And now he just does the same thing, and eventually, Oak and Old of the Year.
Yep.
But you got to work for it now because it doesn't just come to you like Starvo. Jesus.
If Nam wins this one, I'm going to be the only person to lose. That's a Sag.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Let's be real here.
that would be an exact reflection, or like opposite of what happened with the last show match. We got blown out. All right.
Looks like a full
damage.
block there.
Yeah,
or 8 block there.
He'll probably pitch Emberblade if I had to guess, something like that.
Oh, it's gonna be better than that.
Think so?
Nope.
That's worse. That's worse.
That's a no-go there.
All right. Does he have a Macho Grande? Does he crown the Fonda Macho Grande?
All 3 of his channel lakes are on the bottom of the deck, so we know what's not happening.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes a Rouse, which would have... Oh,
that works.
It's deja vu.
And Pummel wins the game here.
That's an energy potion, Josh.
Almost.
Here comes the triple block. Oh, here comes the quadruple block.
Oh,
Quad block, okay.
That hand was some... Oh, man, that would have been quite...
That was gas.
That's exact block there.
Wow. That would have been gas, yeah.
And
so
the thing is, like,
have Pummel?
Nam can deck him out.
Well, as soon as Nam draws a Pummel, the game's over.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's got 2 nicks. If he could have a 5-card hand here if he wanted to. He just needs to find some sort of Glacial Footsteps with Dominate, Macho with Dominate.
Oh, he drew the Glacial without it, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, here comes an offensive one, trying to get that.
All right. He's crowning, which is makes me a little nervous. Oh,
he's playing fast.
He's snatching it.
There it is.
He got the fuse. Yep, that's good.
8 Dominate.
GG. That's
block,
3 block from
6.
hand. He can block 6, and that takes 2 exacts.
Unless he's playing a defense reaction.
Nope, that's exact.
Seems like we got swept this time.
Oh, you didn't get swept yet. You hadn't seen the power level of Droma yet.
Yeah, Droma is not where it's at.
I will give you guys a treat. I did change my deck a lot since the last time we played, just to make it more fun. Mm-hmm. So hopefully you guys are surprised when I play some cards.
Make sure you import your dragons correctly and check your deck. It's like, where are my dragons? It's like, all right, I'm gonna pull these guys in to have a quick chit chat about that game.
Hey guys.
Hello. Welcome to the commentary booth.
Hey.
Hello.
That was a very interesting match. Pudding, I'm so sorry you have to play Ninja into Oldhim in both show matches. But
I think that's fine for 5, but I have feel misplay in this game, so yeah, it's what it is.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about how you built your deck and what was your general strategy coming into the match?
So my deck build is pretty aggressive, but because I know I'm playing against Oldhim, so I side out some card in case they are playing like very defensive. I have played Art of War and Tomb at the same time because it can have some really crazy turn. Yeah, but most of my attack is 0 cost or 1 cost with the ability to can search my blue for my turn. Yeah, it can have some pretty crazy turn for like 30 damage or even 40 turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, you never really got a Art of War turn or a... We saw you have 1 tome turn, but it was kind of like...
Hit
it's kind of lame.
Yeah. It's just for an arsenal, yeah. Nam, can you talk a little bit about your approach? Yeah, we saw that as soon as we saw Stalagmite, we were like, oh, you're going to be pretty aggressive.
So I built the deck, to fight Prism, and that's just... that's what we're trying. That's our hope. But... It's not really going to work. He doesn't really break the chain too often, so I thought Stalagmite would be more efficient. Plus, he plays a lot of reds. Normally, he plays a lot of reds. He did have a lot of blues, and the belittles help. But for me, I was just block when I can, and then I was just trying to be more aggressive when I could. So I took a lot of damage for the Spinal Pummel turn, which, I mean...
Yep, we saw you take 17 damage that turn.
The return was, I think... not too bad. I mean, the damage wasn't that good, but then like his following turns afterwards weren't great either. So I was able to really stabilize my board state.
Right.
And then towards the end, I blocked efficiently where he had a hand that really couldn't do anything, and then the Oaken Ode really just took over the game with the Spinal Crushers back-to-back Spinal Crushers that followed up. And he blocked with his full hand, hoping that I didn't have a pummel. Because if I did, then the game would be over.
Right. Okay, well, that was a very interesting game. Does Alex, Alan, Michael, or Nathan, do you guys have any questions or comments?
Yeah, I got something. Nam, why you keep pitching them Channel Lake Frigids?
Because
for Oaken Old. Did you see?
That was the only good one. The other two were trash.
I didn't have another. I don't think I had another ice card to play.
It don't matter. You arsenal that shit. That's your win con.
Not if I just kill him.
No, I mean,
it's like a 2 cost Spinal Crush.
Yeah, it literally is. It literally is. With go again.
Look.
I want to ask when he defend with the ice shield. So what card you are holding in? Because you pass your turn with 2 cards and arsenal. So.
Oh, you're talking to Pudding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm holding a Rise Up and a Tomb. Yeah, the only play I can do is I respond like take a resource from Tunic and maybe swing my sword or something. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can we have Nam and Pudding leave the game so we have less people in the server, less lag?
Yeah, sure.
And then can we get Xing in to the match so we can begin this promptly? I know my brother has something that he has to do later, so we want to finish this as soon as possible.
We'll be in.
All right. So I will move them. I will move you guys back to the Hangout lobby. Thank you for the game. All right.
Where do you want me at?
You can stay here. That's fine. All good. Oh no! You can go to Future Match. Talk about it. Get out of here. Go to Future Match 1 and talk to Shing. Shing just Future Match 1. Go to there. All right. So now that Alex has left, I got Alan, Michael, and Nathan with me.
Yeah.
Let's pull up match number 5's graphics because they're going to be ready to start soon.
Got it.
All right, game number 5. Alex playing Jeremiah against Shing playing Viserai. This should be pretty interesting. I know that Shing has always loved Viserai. He has, as I said before, he played Viserai when Viserai was not cool, and he will play Viserai after Viserai got nerfed as well. So I'm quite excited to see what build he brings out, and if there's any spicy tech. Over on Alex's side, I'm just curious to see what Jeremiah does and the general power level of Jeremiah. I think that's kind of a big question mark for people is where is she at and how to build her. So this should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, Shing is Viserai guy.
Yep. I remember the very first time I played him, he played Viserai, and I was like, I was very impressed because he said he didn't play he played for like 2 weeks. I was like, you played for 2 weeks and you could already like almost kill me. And I was playing Doria, and that was after I played Doria for a very long time. I was like, this guy has got a lot of natural talent.
Yeah, so he's the world champion of the other card games. So
okay, so we should put that on notable achievements too, huh? Yep. Him and Pudding were top 4. Of course, Jack would be the finalist, and then Bud obviously won last nationals. But Shing also got a peak ProQuest win recently, and Alex also got a ProQuest win recently, and also did well at the Team Blitz event that we talked about briefly earlier in Las Vegas. Him and Nam got top 4. Of course, Alex's most notable achievement is always going to be 69th at nationals. So, it is what it is. All right, let's see. They are both in the game, and it looks like they're just sideboarding now. I mean, I guess we could jump into the game and let them know that we're ready.
Shing also does not have cute cats.
Shing does not have cute cats. Now we have not determined a pattern yet, though.
Yeah. If I had to make a prediction on what the MVP on Shing's side of playing Viserai, I think Maverian Skies into Drawn to the Dark Dimension is going to be the MVP of this match, because even though it comes in for like a weaker, like 2 or 3 damage, whether he's running red or yellow, it replenishes a card, and he can still take out a smaller dragon, like Chromai or the Snatch Dragon or something like that. Get the on-hit effect from Maverian Skies to get Rune Chance, and then go into like a Rune Flash, and then just keep that train going. So I think that's going to be the MVP is those Maverians into Drawn to the Dark Dimension.
Sure. And I think on Jeremiah's side, she's going to want to slow the game down a little bit, set up some Ash Wings, and go from there. Yep.
They said they're ready.
Yep. I will just let them know that they can start at any time. All right, vigorous deck shaking going on. Get that randomization. Here we go. All right, Jeremiah has won the dice roll 7-4.
Oh,
I guess she's going first.
Yep, always. Start with some Ash.
All right, in terms of equipment, we have a Crown of Providence, Flame Scale Furnace, Iron Wrought Gauntlet, and Phantasmal Footsteps. Over on Shing's side, Crown of Providence, Tunic, Grasp, and Creepers.
Everything looks pretty standard, I would say.
Pretty standard, yep. Flamescale Furnace is a card that I think gets better usage in Dromai than in Phi, which is why we didn't see it. Which is why we didn't see. Yep. So we see a Rake the Embers. So pitching makes because of Dromai's ability, gives her an Ash. Rake the Ember then creates an Ash and allows her to transform. So and gonna end with Passing Mirage and an Arsenal. That's a pretty good turn one. Yep.
Yep. And has one Ash left over, which is the real important part.
Mm-hmm.
That's very good turn one.
Yep. And it's I guess it's not super relevant because Dromai has a lot of reds, but she does now have AB1 as well. So that might be relevant. We'll see.
All right. We got a Naked Sonata for 3. And he hits.
Yep. Looks like he's going to grab Gloom Veil. We just saw 2 different Mauvrian skies, so this is...
Oh, yeah, he's running all 9. He's running all 9.
Rainbow Mauvrian playing pretty aggro here. I know that you enjoyed Deep Blue over Tunic.
Yep. That was my choice, simply because there's pretty rare instances where Viscera is short one resource to have a good turn. It's usually like either he has a blue or he has a really bad turn. And so I used the Deep Blue as a maybe trim a couple blues, 1 or 2, a higher threat ratio, because my greatest fear is being fatigued in the current meta. But yeah, that's the current thought. But maybe Shing's got something. Maybe he's on it. Okay, so he runs strikes and stuff, which I do not. So maybe that lower cost curve, lower cost curve can justify it.
Okay.
He took the arcane damage from the Sonata, so that makes
meet and greet live. Yeah.
Yep. Already has go again. And worst case scenario, great thing here that a lot of people can keep in mind is Rosetta is great at taking out dragons because you can split the damage. You put the 2 physical into the Aether Ashwing, and you can still send the 2 arcane at Dromai. So you don't waste a whole, where you're whatever other class, sending a whole hammer or something into an Aether Ashwing. You're much more effective in doing so. Yeah, or you just send it all into the aura. Yep.
Yeah, but you have to take care of the Mirage.
Yeah, which the rune chant would not discharge if he's hitting the Mirage. So, yeah, rune chant does not discharge for Spectra. If you swing a weapon into it, if you play an attack into it, it does.
He almost threw. Okay, there we go. I was about to. He almost put his Rosetta Thorn in the graveyard.
Yep.
All right. Okay, I think that was a fairly successful turn from. He cleared the board a little bit. He didn't really get much damage in, but he got an Arsenal.
Yeah, he only used 3 cards effectively, and got rid of dealt 1 damage and got rid of and he banked 1 rune chant and got rid of an aura. It's pretty fair.
Yep.
For those of you who don't know about Dromai, her hero ability is if you play any red card, her dragon attacks can go again. Big note is it says red card, not red action card or anything like that. So you can play like a Sigil of Solace, something at instant speed. Yep, and it still turns it on, makes it live. Of course, all the invocations, because they are red, turn on Dromai's effect. So playing a dragon gives them all go again, and her weapon just simply allows her dragons to attack.
And we see the first of the non-baby dragons, Mira guy. This one is a 2/4 that says the first dragon attack each turn loses and can't gain Phantasm. Quite nice, especially if larger dragons.
And then following, we have a Doombreaker Cinnapai for 5 with go again, and if it's destroyed via Phantasm, it makes an Ash. Ash, which is pretty good.
Yep. Just strictly better Spears of Serenity.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. But he has the popper. Okay.
Yep,
but that doesn't make an Ash.
Yep. So that turns a terrible situation into just a bad situation.
Yep. It's like, well, at least I got an Ash. Mm-hmm. All right, back over to Shing for his second turn here.
Still only on 4 cards, so we might take a lighter turn and do the same. Marigai has 4 health, so he's going to have to spend a whole meet and greet, Rune Flash, or something like that to go into it. But I wouldn't be surprised pitching a blue, Rune Flash into Marigai, and then Sword Swing into the Aether Ashwing. I mean, that wouldn't be the worst. But of course, if he has, something else, I would love to see it.
There you go.
The best 3-card hand in Viscera is always Mavrian into an attack that generates Rune Chance.
With a blue.
Spellblade Assault and
Rosetta.
And then Rosetta. Like that's your bread and butter 3-card hand. And then if you can throw in like a Revel and Runeblood from Arsenal every now and again, that doesn't hurt.
Yep. Seems very reasonable.
There's the blue. Making a rune chain off a whole blue. Okay. To turn that on, that makes sense.
Right. Yep, that makes sense.
So we got 3 and 2 with Go.
So his 2 cards at hand are probably non-attacks then. Or attacks, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, because there's no way he's playing a non-attack here, so he's probably gonna just. Yep, right
consuming volition.
Yep.
But I think it says if it hits a hero.
Yes, it has to hit a hero.
It's a hero.
Yep. So it does not discard.
So in CRU, they already were making the distinction between hit and hit a hero because they knew that allies were coming. Yep. Makes sense. Okay. A little bit of board clearing there, a little bit of damage. But it's back to Dromai with a full grip.
The problem here is Alex can't make one thing a turn, right? Or the game won't progress. He'll leak damage, and Shing will keep doing exactly what he's doing.
Right.
He's really got to, either throw like an E-strike, or something like that. Then make a dragon. Make Shing choose between some damage and other stuff.
Right.
But
another Break the Embers there, making some ash wings.
Yep, that was a blue one, so he still needs to play a red to give the dragons go again. That looks like a red to me, but doesn't need to go again.
Yep. Well,
But
CNC.
6 damage. I mean,
It's vanilla 6 damage here.
Yeah, he made an ash. The net result was made an ash, made an ash wing, send 6 damage. It's pretty good.
Looks like Shing's gonna take it. Obviously, a 4-card Viscera hand is much stronger than a 3-card hand. So starting to turn off with the Sonata. Yep. Not paying into it.
You don't need to when he hits it in 2 cards.
Yep. Shing's got that magic touch there.
That's going to incentivize him to block the arcane because he saw the meet and greet. It's an easy play right there.
Especially with the blue. If you didn't have a blue, maybe just lets that go.
I feel like Dromai needs to take one turn where she just dumps a lot of red to make ash, and then just uses that as a bank throughout the rest of the game, right? So say all 4 cards in his hand were red. He could pitch all 4 to obviously he's going to take some damage, right? But
he can make a bunch of ash. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be on 6 Ash. He'd never have to worry about it. He could play the rest of the game like, as efficiently as possible. Every time he plays Rake the Ember, he actually makes, 4 Ash Wings instead of, just 1.
Mm-hmm.
But it just depends on, you need to know information before you do that. All right, do we have a Drawn to the Dark Dimension? Is this the MVP play?
You could make a rune chain, I suppose.
Okay, yeah, good call.
All right. Pitch, Drawn to the Dark Dimension. Do it. He said embodiment of lightning. Wrong.
There's no embodiment of lightning, sir.
Yeah.
Just because you use Rosetta Thorn does not mean you get Briar's abilities. Okay, meet and greet.
Yep, and some of the viewers might be like, "Oh, well, that's such a waste because you're throwing a whole meet and greet into an Ash Wing." But in all actuality, if he was to throw that meet and greet at Alex, we know it's going to get blocked. And when he kills the Ash Wing, he gets refunded 4 rune chants, 1 from the meet and greet, 3 from the red mauve, as a refund on the damage. So it actually nets 1 damage. The only difference is no cards are gone from hand. So this is just a way to clear the board, leak some arcane damage in, and keep maintaining, and also get an arsenal.
Yep. So that's 5 sources. 5 sources of 1, and then 2 sources, or 1 source of 2. Also clears the Ashwing. Again, pretty successful turn.
Yep.
Even gets the Arsenal card, so.
Just going to get a little bit harder on Xing when he starts throwing E-strikes and stuff like that. But
okay.
as long as 1 dragon comes out, Xing's perfectly fine.
How is this? Does he doesn't have any? Okay, he has Ash. Okay, yeah. Right. Okay, so he's invoked a dragon, and then
Dust Up.
Playing Dust Up. All right.
Comes in for 4. Does not have Go Again. That's the worst part about the card. But if it hits, I think you make an Ash and transform. 1. So that's pretty good.
Yep. Looks like Xing doesn't want that on-hit effect to resolve.
Yeah, that's
Walks
one
out
you
with the
typically
grass.
don't want. Yep.
Does he attack with the dragon first?
He did not. Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Once again, good refund on the Mauvrian Skies, getting that refund on the damage and still killing the dragon. So
yeah, Mob Skies is an amazing card against.
Yeah, it just puts in work because it makes it so efficient killing them.
Yep. Yeah. Normally, you don't get the Mob Skies trigger. You basically getting a card Go Again. Basically.
Yep.
You're basically turning the Rosetta Thorn on with it, but now you're giving a card Go Again. You're turning Rosetta Thorn on, and you're getting Rune Chance. That's just pure value.
Yep.
All right, Dromai taking quite a beating that turn. What does she have to strike back?
Clean board state and 10 life lead. So
yep, pretty
Alex
good right now.
Running out of time. So this is the transform one, Billowing Mirage. Basically, you attack when it has Go Again, and you transform an Ash on making it.
Not bad. The only downside of this card is that you need to have Ash.
Yep. There's an E-strike. So this is kind of where Dromai can, I think that's the puzzle to be solved on the Dromai deck, is you have to mix board development with some actual damage, because if you focus too much on one or the other, you're not doing enough.
Yep.
Because like sending 7, like if he just eats this, then okay, now you're even, and you went up a dragon, or it's a small dragon, but it's something. So I think that's the balance that players are going to have to figure out when they're building Doroma, is the balance between threats.
Viscerai took 7 there.
We're 5-card hand.
We're an even board state, right? Or even life total right now.
Yeah.
Mauve Sky's blue.
I got 2 rubber bands that a Revel's getting played this turn.
All right, let's find out. This means he has a choice if he's debating what to do here. Consuming Volition.
Okay. Yeah, with the blue mob, I think you got to send this one at Dromai, because getting the 1 refund and losing the on hit, and not getting the cards out of her hand is usually not worth it. But that's a good counter.
Yep. Nice clean counter there, sink below.
And what do we have? Okay, we're just ending with a card in hand. Oh, that means one thing to me. Either he's trying to craft an explosive like Mordred Tide Revel turn. That's the one thing, because he took 7, right? So he didn't block with a card for a reason. So I think, yeah.
That card was important enough to
It was super important, yep. And the only 2 cards that I can think of would be Mordred or Revel.
Yep.
That's a good on-hit effect.
All right. Kyloria. If you don't know what this one is, this is the draw a card or take an item.
That's pretty good.
Yep, looks like another dragon has joined the fray as well. Yendurai enters with an endurance counter. If it would be dealt damage, remove an endurance counter to prevent 3 of the damage. So this is a very tanky dragon. And so he's invoked 2 dragons, following up with a Centipede.
Yep, and the good thing here is, like, if the Centipede gets popped, like, it sucks, but it's not the end of the world. And he doesn't have the 1 to use for footsteps, so that's even more unfortunate. But he doesn't lose a dragon, and that's the important part. So I think the question is, if this goes through, which dragon does he attack with next? And I think it's the Snatch one. I think you attack with the Snatch dragon because it has 2 health, and that's the easiest target to get taken care of with the Rosetta.
You want Yendurai to die to actual damage. Not to get popped. Yep.
And if Shing has a popper that he doesn't need, I'm sure he'll be fine using it on the Snatch Dragon. I think Alex is actually thinking about not attacking, and he should. Yeah, he should definitely attack. Okay. So, box with the Rattlebones, which means that hand's good because he has a Swarming in Graveyard. Oh, man. Ooh. Oh, he saved the pop. Yep, smart move. He got the target he wanted. So now he can do a small turn and still take out the Kyloria.
Yep.
But the problem here is like, whoa, Mordred on 3 cards. Okay. It's pretty good. Oh, that's actually really good because he can tunic counter swing Rosetta and still have an arsenal. Or Revel here. Revel is
the best card. Yeah.
Revel would make 7. That'd be 9 arcane and 2 arcane, so it'd be 11 arcane, and then he'd kill the dragon with the physical damage on the Rosetta. So this is it's threatening. It's not quite lethal, but when you don't have arcane barrier, it's very lethal.
Alex really thinking about this block here.
Yeah, he had a good push putting the 2 dragons out and everything, but now I don't think he has any Ash. So now we're back at that point where Dromai has to do things inefficiently to gather a resource.
Yep. Hmm.
All right.
So now that Dromai has run out of Ash, are we going to see him kind of play a bit more defensive, trade life for Ash? How is he going to efficiently generate Ash?
The only way he could generate Ash is pitching for footsteps, or like a lot of his attacks cost 1.
Mm-hmm.
So like Sweeping Blow, Bellowing Mirage, things like that. But the problem with that is like it's super slow, right? And the only other dumps that he has for cards is going to be.
Why is he pitching? He doesn't have AB.
Yep, he's realizing that right now.
Yep.
He lucked out though that wasn't Revel in hand, because that would have hurt.
Yep. I probably would have been indirectly game there, but
yeah, it would have killed him, but it would have put him in a spot to where he would have died probably the next turn.
Mm-hmm. I think this next turn cycle is going to be pretty important because their health is getting pretty low here.
Yeah, see, like that card right there, like it's just so underwhelming when you don't have Ash.
Yep.
And like that whole turn cycle, right? He didn't present any damage, and he made 1 dragon and something that I don't think Shing cares about that aura anymore.
Nope, not when your opponent's at 13.
Right. So, like, that's the problem with Dromai that people got to figure out, other than the mixture of board state and attacks, is I think maybe you run some like expensive cards like Prismatic Shield or something, and you just dump a bunch of reds into it, make a bunch of Ash, still get some value out of it. But I mean, still, like 4 cards for 3 Ash and 3 shields. That seems bad. But
another Mobs Guyz.
Yeah.
Looks like he drew a hand with a lot of blues, so even though Dromai didn't have much of a turn, it looks like Shing's not going to have too much of a turn either.
Rune Flash is good here.
Yep. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon.
Yeah, that's that takes it to 9. That's almost lethal
and
in the
now he does. Yeah, this is 11 arcane coming in now.
Mm-hmm.
Did he just flip the 0?
He just flipped the 0 over. Oh man.
His hair's hiding in the sand.
Yeah. He just gets too much value out of.
Yeah, Mobs Guyz like is super value against. Yep. Okay, looks like he's blocking with his chess piece that triggers temper. So full grip here. Can he threaten Viscerai's life total at all? If he can't, he's basically dead to Grasp with the Arknight.
Yeah, I don't think 15 life is.
I don't think it's possible either. He's pitching a red, okay. And then a blue. So that generates an Ash. Alright, we have one of the big dragons.
A little late, but better late than never. Attacks for 4, banishes the top, or looks at the top card. If it's a red card, which it is, he gets to look at the opponent's hand and banish a card, which will clearly be a popper if he has one. He does not.
Probably getting rid of the.
I would have to say one of the rune flashes is probably.
Yeah, the rune flashes are.
No, the blue. Yeah, take away the blue, and then that way that's just a doo-doo hand. See, that's why you run deep blue right there.
Yeah. Because of this dragon?
That's it. Deep blue all the way.
All right.
Yeah, but he has the crown to save it.
The Crown of Providence coming in.
Sink it.
Oh, sink a card.
It's got to be one of the rune flashes.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the rune flashes.
Open. Yep, keep his options open. Get that blue off the top.
Gonna go fish for the blue. Yep.
I mean, let's be honest though. Like, even if Shing's next turn is just play Spellblade Strike,
it's not that bad because he gets arsenal the ring
cards. Yeah. It still gets 2 cards because he's at 1.
Yeah,
and like it's more than okay. It's like the rune flash is just a cherry on top, and the fact that he's in block means he got something. Don't know what it is, but it don't. He's gonna eat this. He's gonna go to 6. Because the thing is, if Shing knows that he can present 2 instances of 4 damage in any way, he doesn't. He just needs
the dragon can attack each turn though. Like
yes, but he has to. Oh yeah, I can still attack without playing a red. So
yeah, this is endless arrow.
Yeah. It's really good endless arrow because it could banish a card.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, in the risk you run, if you do the whole pitch to make a rune chant attack, if he has Sigil of Solace, you get blown out.
Well, he doesn't have any AB right now, right?
That's Mordred what I'm saying.
Yeah, this should be.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, he's dead. Yep. All right. Okay. Ping, 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 ping. Let's get these guys in here and ask them a couple questions.
Yeah, the Marvin's Guyz to counter.
Yeah.
Why?
That went about as expected.
Hello. Marvin's Guyz seems very good against your deck.
Not good against my deck. It's rune chants that are good against.
Rune chants seem very good too. Yes.
The sword is incredibly powerful against Dromai.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Walk us through your deck and how you constructed it and what your general game plan was, Alex.
The game plan is generally to make them choose between the dragons and me so that they mitigate damage, build up some ash, and then keep attacking them with rabbles and E-strikes and things like that to chip away at their life total while they're hitting my dragons. And to try to set up a turn potentially where I can make a couple of dragons, block with some armor, and then really make them choose between. But against aggro decks like Viserai and Briar and just anything else that's attacking you a lot, it's pretty much impossible to do anything with this deck because they can basically attack you for 10 or 15 damage and kill your dragon all in the same turn. And it's just not possible with this deck to block damage and make more dragons every turn while also doing damage to them. It's just not possible. And
your deck has the Bolton problem. You're very, very card hungry.
It's not just the fact that it's card hungry, it's the fact that it needs so much synergy to work. Yes. You need to have ash. You need to be able to, like, when you have one ash, you basically have to keep that ash on the board at all costs. And because the way that the dragons work is when you pitch to play a dragon, you have to have an ash to target, whereas Rake the Embers does not target until after resolution of the card. So you can create ash with Rake the Embers when you have none and still transform into mini dragons. Whereas with a regular dragon, you want all the one-costed dragons because you pitch, you play the dragon, it nets you even on ash because the red card creates an ash, it transforms one, and then you just kind of recycle. So basically, you just pitch one, make a dragon. That's essentially how it works.
Right.
And you get to keep your ash, and you just keep doing those things. You'll notice that I ran out of ash once or twice, and that was because I had to rake the embers in Arsenal, where I knew I could create more ash. But you have to create ash. You have to also create dragons. You have to also find a way to do damage while blocking with shitty armor. And your boots do nothing during the game. You have no good arm piece to use. So basically, you have 5 block in your armor, and you can't stop on hit effects long enough. Like if they have a big turn, you just die. You can't stop rune chance because you don't have any blue cards. This deck preys on any deck that can attack once in a turn. But if you can attack 3 or 4 times in a turn, it fails miserably.
So this is a deck that kind of has polarizing matchups.
Yes, it's not as adaptable as Prism. Prism can prey on those decks that can only attack once, but Prism has a solid defense and very solid attacks, whereas this deck does not.
I have just a couple questions for Shing. So in terms of so after the Scalata band, I guess there's only one main way to build Viscera these days, as a 9 Marvin Skies aggro deck.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's no other viable way to play Viscera because the old mid-range way is not near enough because the deck nowadays are either too fast or too controlled that they can block out you, kind of. So I think you have to build super aggro on Viscera, and you have to rely on the hit effect.
Yeah, I think Shing, would you agree with me that Viscera is pretty bad right now because of how awful Marvin Skies is into the format they were playing? Marvin Skies, if you don't get an on-hit effect, is basically a whole card just for go again. Whereas other decks are doing things way more efficiently, like Fi and Katsu and Briar and those sorts of things. And then Viscera not having like a steady way to kill the people that are just blocking everything. You can't combo like huge anymore. So do you think that there is a room for Viscera in the meta right now, or it's just not good enough?
Actually, I think that is not as bad as we thought because I tested a bit. But I think the main problem of this deck is it's actually get a really high. It can get really high damage turn. It can get insane combo, but also if you got 4 attention turns, you're doomed. So
we saw how the crown is so good though.
Yeah, the crown is saved. The crown has saved the day for Viscera, and also the Swift is also good, not only for Briar, but also for Viscera. But that's not as good because we don't get the Embodiment of Nightling. So but I think Viscera can, if Viscera can play around Module Tide and Raffle Blood, it's still a pretty good deck because it's actually pretty hard to block arcane damage and physical damage at the same time. So with more hit effect like consuming foundation or midnight grid, the opponent have to block very carefully. If they block wrong, the punish can be quite big. So
very very insightful.
Pretty much right where it's at.
Yep. All right, so with that, the final score for today is TheCardGuyz with 4 wins and Blue Pitch with 1 win. So neither team can sweep each other. Victory, I guess, for TheCardGuyz. Yep. But I think all the matches today were quite close and were very, very interesting.
Yes.
If you kind of joined us late, we will be putting up the individual game VODs later on the channel. But yeah, I mean, the last 5 hours have been really, really fun. I think we learned quite a bit about this format as well. And yeah, I just want to thank Team Blue Pitch for having a show match with us. It's always a pleasure to play with you guys. Yeah, we'll have to have another show match in a couple of months, and we'll see who wins the best of 3.
Yeah. Thanks to all the viewers out there too. I think we were averaging between 60 and 100 viewers for most of the part.
Yes. Yep.
Shout out to all you people out there in Hong Kong watching and around the world if you're watching. So yep. I know you guys work hard to get in here and watch and support us. So we really appreciate that. And if I could just shout out a few things real quick. Especially big thank you to all the Hong Kong guys. Obviously, Team Blue Pitch. We love hanging out with you guys. We love playing with you guys. I love getting my butt kicked on Dromai by you guys. I think we did that. We did that just to demonstrate. We wanted to kind of showcase the decks, and that's what this is all about. This show match for everybody watching isn't for we want to win so bad kind of thing. It's more of we're having a good time. We want to showcase all the decks, and we want to demonstrate a very high level of fab for you guys. Regardless of what decks we choose, try to get a variety to showcase for you. But thanks so much for watching, and if you could leave a like on the video and subscribe to the channel, that would mean a lot to us. We work really hard for this content for you guys. Shout out to Michael in the booth there. Thanks for all the hard work you put in as well. Yep. And shout out to all the commentators, Nathan, Nam, Josh, Shing, Jack, everybody who hopped in the commentator booth. We really, really appreciate you guys. And a couple of things on the Card Guys to look out for. We have a TCG affiliate link that we put in the description. They were running an 8% back. If you guys are buying singles on TCG Player, make sure you just click on that link, buy your singles. You still get the 8% back for the main deal on TCG Player, and it just gives a little kickback to us, so it just helps support us a little bit. We also have a Patreon where we're going to be talking about all these new decks. If you care to subscribe to that, we have a lot of good content. Josh is constantly releasing good content for the Dorinthea fans out there, and recently started talking about Phi as well. So lots of love for everybody on the team and everybody on Blue Pitch. So thank you guys so much for watching. And any last comments from anybody out there?
Yeah,
not really.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Absolutely. Thank you. We will catch you guys for the next one. Obviously, we announce everything on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, so follow us wherever you can, and you will see when the next show match is going to be live, the next tournament, and the next video as well.